hardly make a fight of it, till I could hardly take the sight of it anymore, anymore. Yeah, in this world, oh, I know it's gonna end alright, it'll end alright. This girl, oh, I know it's love, alright, we'll end up alright. And no war in all the world, leave the world alright, they never end alright. And the more I come to know why, the more I wonder if any of it's right. This madness we did that day, ran away and we hid each a different way. But one thing that I know for sure, so never love this song, 'cause it's happier than yours, truly happier than yours, truly in this world. Oh, I know it's gonna end alright, but it'll end alright. This girl, oh, I know it's love, alright, it'll end up alright. And no war in all the world, leave the world alright, they never end alright. And the more I come to know why, the more I wonder if any of it's right. What if I did all I could with every day, and in the end it still wasn't enough? Always tried to be the kind of man who kept going when going got rough. Feel the life that I choose will spiral down to blues, and end in my blood flowing or blowing that stuff. But all of it's a ruse, no ruler and no rules, and a lot of it concludes in a flash and a puff. And the only thing that mattered in all of this was love, and that's alright. She's the breeze that blows my mind, and she's the heat that leaves me cold inside, and she's the reason I can't find another soul to keep me satisfied. And I'm seized and eased at the very same time. I'm pleased to say I don't often compromise, but I'd give the world to make her mine. I'd give that girl my heart, my soul, and my eyes. I never She's just a bird, bridges high. She's along the river that flows on by. She's just a bend in that river that flows on by, that redirected the wind but let the breeze blow by. My heart, my soul, and my eyes, and I'll never realize she's passing me by until I'm cold inside. My heart, my soul, and my eyes, and never realize she's passing me by. Oh no, yeah. And how long it has been since I took such a blow to the mind, and how wrong does it seem for me to touch one so sublime? And this song, it is not mine. It belongs on the breeze, yeah, the breeze that blows my mind. I had a hand in mine next to me, but at the moment that hand's a ball. A pretty woman put a hex on me, saying now the sky's gonna fall. But she don't know she'll be the next to be crying like a porcelain doll. Cause pretty girl, it ain't sex to me, it's putting your back up against my wall. And if only my loneliness loves loving me, yeah, then why won't Miss Misery leave my leash a little slack? So close to defeat that my feet are slipping through the cracks. Whoa, whoa, how I wish she'd wish away the weight from my back. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Whoa, whoa. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So damn it, woman, quit testing me in that simmering southern drawl. Let the woman get the best of me, now she's thinking she could save us all. So lying lady, lay in ecstasy, taking shelter from your own squall. Cause pretty girl, it ain't sex to me, it's putting your back up against my wall. My wall, my wall. And I know and I do believe that it's bad, that I cannot leave this bed, I cannot escape this hell. So die we might as well, but no, I know you I do defy. No lie that I could tell, so now I've got to try to find my soul and sail. If only my loneliness This brook will continue to babble on long after the light is gone. And if you heed her song, she'll lead you to Zion. A good book, away for Sauvignon. I guarantee a light left on. Believers and none may both be wrong. I think the thing you can rely on is a riverside road to ramble on, past the last of your destinations, and you can only amble along, hoping it leads you to Zion.
This brook will continue to Babylon. I've been trying to find her heart, but I guess that is gone. That is all I wanted. I thought you wanted the same, and I thought I had found the answer in money, but lost the change. I can't keep following you down these blind roads. Driving with no GPS, I lose you everywhere I go. And I wanted you to call me and say that you were right in front of me. Instead, I'm writing songs thinking, what the hell have you done to me? What the hell have I done to you? I took away your innocence, but I guess it helped you out cause you're on your Miss Independent ship. I just wanted closure, you started it, let me finish it. But I can't get it right unless I write and send my penmanship. We lost that friendship, but gained experience. I was high off your love, but I think I'm getting delirious. You take over my thoughts, now that I know you hated it. I guess I'm just a blank space, and that would make you Taylor Swift. But let me take this path I chose, cause I'm sick of trying to find happiness in money, cars, and clothes. And I'm sick of everyone telling me that they've been down this road, cause I walked down it and found nowhere to go.
This brook will continue to babble on long after the light is gone. And if you heed her song, she'll lead you to Zion. A good book, away for a Sauvignon. I guarantee a light left on. Believers and none may both be wrong. I think the thing you can rely on is a riverside road to ramble on, past the last of your destination, and you can only amble along, hoping it leads you to Zion.
As I ramble on, trying to find nirvana, I'll have to find it alone. I can see that in your persona. I need to be here alone. There was nothing that you could help me with. At least back then I had somebody to be selfish with. All alone, it's just me and this pen. Lost my life, lost my girl, lost my world, lost my friend. I am in the places in, cause I made it past the misery. I'll never let another person take away my energy. I'll never look back and say I was too scared to go for it. Used to always do that, now I got nothing to show for it. Oh Lord, hose or hosier, take me to church because at least nobody knows me there. People without the vision hate it, but below they're scared. Hope I care a little, but look in my eyes and no one's there. But when the light drops, it turns into a solar flare, and everything's no longer black and white, no polar bear. And everything I thought was real somehow just faded, man. I just wanna look at my dad and say I made it, man. He told me, son, just speak your mind and never take it back. I'm trying to find a path to Zion, I hope I make it back. Until then,
this brook will continue to babble on long after the light is gone. And if you heed her song, then she'll lead you to Zion. A good book, away for a Sauvignon. I guarantee a light left on. Believers and none may both be wrong. I think the thing you can rely on, riverside roads will ramble on, past the last of your destinations, and you can only amble along, hoping it leads you to Zion. Day to the day to da da. Baby, don't you know, don't you know, don't you cry. Lot of more day to the day to da da. Lot of more day to the day that we die. Baby, don't you know, don't you know, don't you cry. Lot of more day to the day that we die.
vehicles. Firing at people when the aid arrived. Israelis purposefully fired at the men. They were trying to get near the trucks that had the flour, he said. They were fired at directly and prevented people from to come near those killed. The slingshot video in question. Oh, this was that slingshot video. I can't tell if it's playing or not. Does that mean it's playing? Oh, Jesus. So he's trying to sling rocks, I guess, at soldiers or whatever. And then I think he gets shot. But then there's photography people literally everywhere to capture it on media. And then you've got paramedics and shit right by. I think the camera pans in a longer video and you can see the ambulance right there too. So it's pretty stupid that, I don't know. Footage filmed where the shooting occurred. A body is being taken away on the cart north. There have been reports of casualties being taken to several hospitals. This guy says 142 cases are bullet injuries. There is a huge thing in Gaza now. One of the Egyptian aid truck drivers was killed by Palestinians throwing stones at the truck. Wait, what? Is that true? Egyptian truck driver killed, stone, Palestinian. Tragic end for aid driver in Gaza. Global outcry over humanitarian crisis deepens. This is March 2nd, yesterday. A heart-wrenching incident that underscores the perilous conditions faced by humanitarian aid workers in conflict zones. A truck driver is brutally killed in Gaza. The driver, part of a convoy delivering aid, became the latest casualty in a region gripped by violence and desperation. The tragedy unfolded on Al-Rashid Street in Gaza, a location that has become synonymous with the ongoing conflict between Israel and Hamas. Eyewitness accounts are reported by the New York Times have a scene of utter pandemonium, where aid trucks were attacked, leading to the death and injury of numerous Palestinians. The situation rapidly deteriorated into violent confrontation. Did it say how he died? Oh. That's the same street as the massacre, by the way. Is it? Wait, how do you know? Where do you see that at? Oh. On Al-Rashid Street in Gaza. Wait, oh, is this referring to the same event? Or, oh no, wait, the Flower Massacre was on the 29th. Damn. That's just not the place to be. Why are we calling it a massacre? I mean, I'm doing it as a meme, but... What is the IDF side of this? Hold on.
He wasn't ready. You've been pushing my crew too far. We cannot have insufficient training of our teams. You're the one breaking protocol, making us skip training. Don't talk to me about protocol. Someone's got to foot the bill for screw-ups like this. I'll be more careful next time. Just add this to my debt. Oh, I already have.
Are you going to the Michaela Peterson podcast? I don't know. Their bookers are... I still haven't gotten a response. The problem is, like, we tried to book like 3 times before, I think, and then they always ended up canceling over some like weird stuff. So then we agreed to a date in November for March, and then they emailed me yesterday, checking in to make sure we're still good for this week, and then I sent an email back a couple hours later asking a few questions to verify, and then I haven't gotten a response yet for the show that's supposed to be in 2 days in Phoenix. I like Destiny, but he talks like he's Netanyahu's nephew. He brushes off everything negative about Israel. Kay Candola, hop into the disagreements chat. Go ahead, and I'll drag you up. If you have a factual disagreement with me, go for it. But like this, like, bro, I just call it as I see it. I'm just reading what I find. Like, I'm sorry that your story of like Israel showed up and intentionally murdered starving civilians because Jews are bloodthirsty fucking animals just isn't very compelling to me. Like, I don't know if you've got too many Muhammads in your family or what the fuck the issue is, but like, bro, if you had an issue with my factual analysis of anything, then call it out. Say like, oh, well, what about this? Or consider this piece of evidence, or do this or that or that. Like, call something out. But like this idea of like, oh, you're so biased because you don't believe every single fucking word that's printed by the Gazan Health Ministry. No, I don't. Like, yeah, give me something to bite on, other than I just don't jive with all of the like disgusting, 19-year-old tatted up fucking progressive girls that you're so fucking thirsty to bone, and that's why you copy their fucking opinions in my chat room. If you have anything to say, jump in and say it.
You gotta burn it up or toss it in the furnace.
The state of the trucks that come back from Gaza. 20-second video, nice. By Vice Grad. I think this thing fucks shit up sometimes. Egyptian truck driver warns other truck drivers not to volunteer to drive humanitarian aid into Gaza as Egyptian truck drivers bringing humanitarian aid are routinely attacked. One was severely beaten up after being dragged out of his truck a few days ago. The reason why I don't like videos like this is because one, I don't even know what they're saying because I don't speak any of the languages, which is fucking annoying. And then 2 is I don't actually know where these are from. These could be trucks coming out of fucking Syria in 2013. You have like no idea. Yeah, it's hard to. I just don't know. Yeah, maybe not. Who knows? I don't ever draw strong inferences from 20-second Twitter videos. A CNN investigation proves that Israeli forces opened fire on a UN convoy transporting food supplies in Gaza on February 5th. Oh, this is a month ago. This stopped the aid trucks from reaching starving Palestinians in North Gaza.
This is how desperate the people in northern Gaza are. This aid truck filmed at the end of January is one of the last to enter the region. And here's why. Aid so often caught in the fighting. Now CNN can exclusively reveal that this truck carrying vital food headed for northern Gaza was hit on February 5th by an Israeli shell, despite an agreement to provide a safe route. CNN has seen the internal UN incident report and the correspondence between the UN and the Israeli military that show the route of this convoy was agreed upon in advance. And with starvation imminent for many across Gaza, experts say hitting a food truck is a potential war crime.
Looking at it with the available facts, it's really difficult to...
If you intentionally hit a food truck, it doesn't matter if people are starving or not. That would be a war crime, no matter what. You don't have to be starving to hit a civilian for it to be a war crime if that was like the intended target, by the way. Also, not to be pedantic, but starvation is not this image, but whatever. We're past that, I guess.
Food truck is a potential war crime.
looking at it with the available facts, it's really difficult to see how this could be a legal attack. And so at minimum, it would look like a very serious violation of international humanitarian law. Whether it's also criminal then depends on questions of intent.
The truck set off as part of a UN-marked convoy of 10 up Al-Rashid Road in the early hours. It reached an IDF holding point at 4:15 a.m. Stationary for over an hour, it was then hit at 5:35 a.m. Fortunately, no one on board was killed. The UN says they were hit by Israeli naval gunfire, and in satellite imagery taken just 2 hours after the attack, CNN identified ships that could only be Israeli naval boats. They've been deployed along the coast and are attacking Gaza from the west.
We share with the Israeli army the coordinates of the convoy, and only when the Israeli army gives us the okay, the green light, does UNRWA move. And the purpose of this deconfliction process is to...
Wait, do you think that this video is actually on the laptop, or do you think they superimpose it in post?
As UNRWA move. And the purpose of this deconfliction process is to make sure that aid convoys don't get hit.
It's not the first time this has happened. Many other aid trucks have been hit since the beginning of this conflict. The UN says northern Gaza is still home to a reported 300,000 civilians. UNRWA says half of its mission requests to the north have been denied since January. And since this latest attack, they have taken the painful decision to stop trying to deliver aid to the north at all. The IDF says it's helping to coordinate humanitarian relief in Gaza, but aid agencies say they face repeated delays while some staff are detained and even tortured.
That's super slimy that they're trying to conflate those other aid trucks with being... Yeah, I can't even say anything, though, because people's minds are, like, so warped on this. It's just, like... It's funny because, like, if I say anything reasonable, it's immediately countered with the most unbelievably unhinged shit. Like... Here's the issue. If I ask a question, I sound biased, but your default assumption is, oh, Israeli ships were probably intentionally shooting at food aid trucks, which is that is an unhinged opinion to start with. That is an unhinged, but I have to pretend like that's the reasonable one side. On one side, you've got the very reasonable opinion that sometimes IDF soldiers just want to fucking murder Palestinians. Sometimes want to fucking destroy fucking trucks of food and shit because they love watching people starve and die. That's one reasonable opinion. And then on the other side, you've got the unhinged belief. Would you trust anything the IDF would ever say? And having to pretend like, yeah, it's just fucking retarded. And it is. The lady saying something that, like, this truck got hit by the IDF naval forces, which I imagine are probably the only people that can fire mortar shells in that direction, and the fact that the IDF ostensibly knew that there were aid trucks there, because it sounds like they're being coordinated, right? These are definitely causes for concern. But then how she just casually says, like, a bunch of other trucks have been attacked, all of them by the IDF. Is the IDF just blowing up aid trucks after telling them that they could go in? That seems really fucking retarded for a democratic country that's trying not to look like the fucking villain of the entire, you know, world. But...
reported 300,000 civilians. UNRWA says half of its mission requests to the north have been denied since January. And since this latest attack, they have taken the painful decision to stop trying to deliver aid to the north at all. The IDF says it's helping to coordinate humanitarian relief in Gaza, but aid agencies say they face repeated delays while some staff are detained and even tortured. A UN mission in December described one aid
detained and
worker
tortured by who? By the IDF? Or what's the... Give me some context on this. Did I miss it?
This latest attack, they have taken the painful decision to stop trying to deliver aid to the north at all. The IDF says it's helping to coordinate humanitarian relief in Gaza, but aid agencies say they face repeated delays while some staff are detained and even tortured. A UN mission in December described one aid worker who said he was stripped, beaten and blindfolded. Even when convoys are allowed through...
By the IDF? What for? What was the situation there? Wait, what?
Some routes are simply not passable. This large crater blocking Al-Rashid Road just weeks before it was designated by the IDF as the main route permitted for humanitarian vehicles.
Such large percentages of the population are at such dire need, at such immediate risk of starvation. From that perspective, it's really hard for me to understand what kind of potential military rationale could be advanced to justify actions like this.
As the humanitarian crisis deepens, the question is whether Israel will be held accountable in a court of law for depriving so many in Gaza of aid. Katie Polglaze, CNN, London.
Are mortars that hard to aim, or how does this happen? My understanding is a mortar from the IDF, with all the targeting mechanisms they have in place, should be pretty precise. Like, even mortar fire should be very precise in the IDF. So if they did hit, I mean, like, you can run down your list of rationales, I guess, depending on how fucking unhinged you are. But either they had a reason to shoot at that particular point in time, either somebody was there that identified as a military target, or they had bad intel and they thought and they fucked up, or they shot and missed and fucked up, or somebody in the boat was like, today I just want more Palestinians to starve to death, and then they shot and killed. I don't know. But it's very annoying that I don't have any information on the other side. I don't know, maybe CNN reaches out for comment and Israel doesn't comment. Maybe they should be in the, maybe they should do that more. But I don't even know do I want to find February 5th, aid truck shot Gaza. Oh, these are all going to be older. Oh, and this is the CNN. Maybe the news article has more. I don't think boats are firing mortars. I don't actually know. Or artillery? You can fire from a ship. You can fire artillery from a ship, right? No, it wouldn't be mortars, though. I don't know why I said mortars, sorry.
Fellas, you just vaporized a highly valuable object. He wasn't ready. You've been pushing my crew too far. We cannot have insufficient training of our teams. You're the one breaking protocol, making us skip training. Don't talk to me about protocol. Someone's gotta foot the bill for screw-ups like this.
I'll be more careful next time. You can just add this to my debt.
Oh, I already have, kid.
The IDF has not responded to CNN's repeated requests for comment on the strike. The IDF said on February 5th that it was looking into the incident. Oh, so we don't know yet.
The rest of you can carry on. Cato and I need to talk.
I feel like there has to be a better way of getting information from the Israeli side for justification for attacks that end up hitting civilians or end up hitting civilian targets. Because it is kind of like, you have to engage in proportionality calculations and everything, but nobody truly has much insight into how that's done, so it's a little bit hard to figure out if, like, they're being done well or not. Should we take witness testimonies in Gaza into any consideration? I don't take almost any of them into consideration, no. It's very, very, very rare. I definitely need corroborating stuff. There's too many people in the Gaza Strip that will kill you if they think you're a collaborator. There's too many times, I think even in an Amnesty International report, I want to say there was text where it said some people seemed nervous to talk to us. Was that in the Goldstone report? I don't remember if that was in that or if it was in a different one. That was Goldstone. Yeah, I don't trust. When I hear, like, witness on the ground set of thing, I typically need more corroborating stuff.
Burn them up or chuck them in the furnace. Cutter, Lynx ain't gonna take that nose. You gotta burn it up, toss it in the furnace.
Is there a standard offered up in international law for how proportionality calculations for military advantage versus civilian should be done? No, I believe it's kept intentionally vague to allow militaries wide deference on how to make those calculations. Like, all of it is pretty vague in terms of how they say it. Yeah, I saw Mr. Beat said he was in a bad mood when he wrote that comment. Aid missions are being further complicated by several other factors, from UNRWA's impending loss of funding to the Israeli military's looming offensive in Rafah and reports of harassment of humanitarian workers. Do they ever name a Palestinian as doing something bad ever? So, like, when they say harassment of humanitarian workers, is that IDF harassing the workers, or is that as aid is being delivered, the workers being harassed? Do they just never name it when it happens on that side? Is it exclusively and only named when... UNRWA, the largest agency on the ground in Gaza, has been facilitating much needed aid deliveries into Gaza from Israel and Egypt. Their operations have been under pressure in the wake of accusations that emerged in late January from Israeli intelligence that 12 of UNRWA staff were involved in the Hamas-led terror attacks on Israel on October 7th. The agency terminated their contracts and launched an investigation, but the accusations still prompted multiple UN member states to withdraw funding. As of February 12th, they lost 72% of the required $1.2 billion it needs to cover mandatory missions until the end of March. Amid funding shortages, aid operations in the south have become increasingly dangerous. In the past few weeks, Israel has begun intense aerial bombardments of Rafah. Meanwhile, there have been reports of humanitarian workers getting detained and abused by IDF soldiers while passing through these checkpoints. During one mission to transfer patients in early December, a member of the Palestine Red Crescent Society, PRCS, and a World Health Organization convoy was detained. By the way, Hamas have used these outfits before. I think I actually have a UN source on that. I believe Control F Crescent. Oh no, fuck. Oh fuck, I might not have a UN source on this. I needed to, why is it not showing me where it's highlighted? Hello? Mohammed Al-Falahi, Secretary General of Red Crescent of the UAE, said that Hamas militants fired on Israeli planes from Red Crescent's field hospital in order to provoke retaliation, attacked a Red Crescent team on their way back, and planted landmines on their path. These red ones are really bad that I wanted to look up each of these, but I don't know, maybe I'll do that off stream someday in the future. And then this was a claim that I'd read that, but this was an IDF investigation, so included the Hamas forced the Red Crescent to hand over medic and nurse uniforms for militants and commandeered ambulances for fighter transportation. An ambulance driver registered with and trained by the Palestinian Red Crescent Society spoke of Hamas' efforts to lure the ambulances into the heart of battle to transport fighters to safety and the hijacking of the Al-Quds hospital fleet of ambulances. I mean, it's just written there, but it'd be nice to super verify that. He said he was harassed, beaten, threatened, stripped of his clothes, and blindfolded. His hands were tied behind his back, and he was treated in a degrading and humiliating manner. Once released, he was left to walk towards the south with his hands still tied behind his back and without clothes or shoes. Damn, that sounds unhinged. Was there a story of this? Or any, probably no footage, or... You had to be there. Mogadishu. Damn. Biden administration asks Israel to stop targeting members of the Hamas-run civilian police force who escort aid trucks in Gaza, warning that a total breakdown of law and order is significantly exacerbating the humanitarian crisis in the enclave, 3 U.S. and Israeli officials told Axios. There are arguments back and forth on whether or not police forces can be considered militants who are like parties to an armed conflict. But if police forces are escorting aid trucks in Gaza, it would be pretty stupid if the IDF is like shooting them, being like, gotcha. That would be really fucking dumb. I've yet to see a single person in any of these videos who appears to be starving, or am I reading too much? Starving just means, I don't know, hungry and Jew bad or something. I'm not sure. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Jesus. Do you consider Palestinian government workers a Hamas militia that shouldn't be given right and protections of a normal civilian? I don't know. It depends on what you think that they're involved in. I think in Mosul we were bombing a lot of government buildings because we said that they were necessary for the war effort, and nobody questioned that. But it would depend on the. You need a factual analysis of what they're involved in, basically. Isn't it incredibly hard to know who is a combatant when Hamas controls and is so intertwined with every governmental entity in Gaza? Yes, which makes it difficult for the belligerent side, but that still doesn't release you from your obligations to ascertain with as much knowledge as possible, and then to err on the side of caution when somebody could be a civilian or could be a party to the armed conflict, right? Okay, I'm trying to think if we've covered most stuff. Are we ready to do this? According to reports, Ethan Klein's wife, Ela, is seeking a divorce after a video of him calling Israel a shithole was uncovered. Nice meme video. And then last tweet. This dramatic scenes as local Gazans throw stones and withstand gunfire from Hamas agents in order to stop them from looting new humanitarian aid shipments that crossed in from Rafah. I've heard that in past conflicts, Hamas sometimes will loot. It happens actually, I think, with the Houthis down in Yemen as well. The military groups sometimes will try to commandeer or steal humanitarian supplies coming in, and then distribute it to their own fighters. But I think that's why I think a lot of humanitarian groups stopped operating in Yemen, or they threatened to at least. At Destiny, they don't like Arabs. How can you be so charitable to Jews? Speaking about anti-Semitism from Arabs, but not the other way around. Clownish perspective, in my opinion. I'm pretty sure that more Arabs. I'm pretty sure more Arabs live in Israel proper than like Jews live in every single other Arabic country, like times 10 combined. So it's kind of weird to think that like in that distribution of people, I would assume that it's the Jews that super fucking hate the Arabs. It's a hard one for me to buy there. But what are there, some 2 million Arab Israeli citizens? How many Jewish citizens live in other Arab majority countries? What is that number like? So it's kind of weird for me to assume that Jews are the ones that just like super fucking hate Arabs to the point that they would just randomly murder civilians or bomb them or kill them or murder children or whatever. But, you know, hey. I am from Gaza, lived in Qatar my whole life. I have a lot of family there, and one of their apartments in Gaza, the IDF came in and interrogated everyone. It was over 25 people in the apartment. They let the women go, but took the men and boys. They did strip them and cuffed them. I have videos from my family, and they burned parts of the house. This seems far from recent. Notice the t-shirts in December. Also, not one instance of someone shouting militant or Hamas. Otherwise, the rest seems correct. Armed men and exchanging insults. If you're an OSINT enthusiast, you can go to the website Google and see that there's a heat wave in the region. Weather, Gaza, December 5th, 2023. Whoops. How am I getting weather for December 2024? What the fuck? Weather from the future? December 2023. December 5th. 75 degrees. I imagine this is all Fahrenheit, obviously. Oh, it was pretty warm, true. Not one instance of someone shouting militant or Hamas. He didn't contest that thing, but... Alright. This guy? There's a lot of people in the disagreement room. I'll do 2, and then we're doing this. Brandon, you're up. What's up? Okay, Crazy Blue. You're also the other one that's up. Wow.
Hello?
Hello?
Hey. Okay. Sorry, I was just eating lunch and then I heard my name. So, it's not really pertaining to Gaza as much, but it has to do with the Piers Morgan interview.
Okay.
That's alright. So, you said on Piers Morgan that the perceptions born in the media are in response to, the perceptions born in the media in response to the senility Biden argument. But, I don't think that this really aligns with the argument that doesn't this align with the argument that if the media had backed Bernie instead of Biden, he would have won in 2020? Because, sorry, my voice is like shaky as fuck. The people who argue this take a similar position when they argue that Bernie was screwed out of the presidency by the media / DNC and would have defeated Trump had he received the support Biden did. If I'm not mistaken, I believe your argument is that against this is that Biden / socialist adjacent policies were never popular enough to win, and that media isn't powerful enough to change people's minds about that. But if we argue that the media is able to change people's perceptions about things such as Biden's senility, doesn't that kind of lend credence to the Bernie 2020 argument? Unless,
I think that like the media, I think that there are perceptions that exist in the world, and I think the media can kind of like put those under a microscope and exaggerate or de-exaggerate certain things. So, for instance, if Bernie lost to Hillary like 48-52, then the idea that the media might have been able to swing the election for Bernie, I think there might be like an argument there, but I think that that election, the primary, was far more one-sided than that.
Gotcha.
As far as like, you know, establishing whether or not people are senile or corrupt or whatever, I think that the media can play into and exaggerate a lot of those narratives. I think that Biden probably has an issue relating to getting old and getting senile. That seems to be pretty obvious. But I think people dramatically overstate it, and I think people downplay a lot of Trump's misspeaks and everything recently as well. And he seems to have gotten a little bit worse over the past like couple months at least. But
I don't know what that kid thought. First of all,
Jesus, yeah. But I don't know. I don't think that, like, for instance, if the media gave Biden only favorable coverage, I don't know if he would come away thinking like, man, Biden is a young whippersnapper. Or if the media was covering every single Trump misspeak or Trump misstep, I don't know if you'd come away thinking like, wow, Trump is on the same level of senility as Biden. I don't think you would come away with that. So I think like the media can kind of like nibble at the edges and like push and pull at different narratives, but I don't think they can dramatically change what a bunch of people are seeing.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Thank you. I think you did great in that interview, by the way.
Thanks, I love you.
I'm trying my best not to reach out. Love you too. Have a good one. Bye bye.
Crazy Blue, you're up. Or are you? Okay, I'll try to get one more person since Crazy Blue didn't work. Dirt Zero, what's up?
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Hey, loud and clear, what's up?
Yeah, I wanted to give like perspective that it could be a massacre, but not intentional. The convoy attack. So Israel has had, I think, lots of problems where they have poor discipline of some troops, and this situation seems like the kind of situation where...
Wait, can you boost your volume like 5,000%? I lied, it's really quiet. But I feel like when I ask, nobody is ever able to raise their mic volume for some reason, so...
Let me try. Is this better?
Yeah, I don't even think you changed anything. Whatever you're changing, change it like all the way to the top.
Okay, testing.
Oh my god. Wait, talk again?
Test 1, 2, 3.
Okay, can you turn this down by like 20% and then you're good?
Let me try. How is this?
Turn it down 20% again.
Okay. Is this better?
Sure, okay, go.
Sorry about this. So is it possible that it can be a massacre but not intentional? Like they were trigger happy because they had poor training and the situation at night was sketchy and they were getting swarmed?
Yeah, it's possible. I don't even know if we know how many people actually got shot. I haven't seen like very many compelling videos so far. I just hear like gunfire in the background. So it's hard to know. Like for instance, if it was the case that one Gazan health report was right, that like 100+ people got shot, well, there'd have to be some pretty crazy video from the Israeli side to justify shooting that many people. But if it's the case that like 10 people got shot, then I don't know as much, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I agree. And if it is the case that the most of them got shot, would you expect that Israel releases body cam footage of this incident to like lend credence to their story because they've changed some of their narratives already?
I don't know why they would, or if they have body cam footage or what. I have no idea. Also, I don't know how much they've changed for narratives. The one thing I saw was somebody asked about the shooting, and then they said that they didn't have people in that area, and then later on they said, oh, we had people defending an aid truck or whatever. I don't know how much narratives have changed or not, but I don't see. I haven't seen like anything at all that's strong.
Yeah.
Like there's like a couple of blurry videos, and then there's like a drone video, and it's hard to make sense of anything that has happened so far. Like there could be bad behavior on either side. It could be the IDF super ultra fucked up. It could be that there were too many people swarming trucks who weren't supposed to be, and they fucked up. And I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know. I don't think I have a strong opinion about any of this. I just can't see it. But I find it interesting that other people are forming strong, kind of unhinged opinions about it.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't like say that it's 100% anything or the other way around, and that's what's happening right now.
Oh, Oddly Gamers,
But
thanks for gifting 10
I think
subs.
they should have body cameras because they've shown other body camera videos of other incidents, and when they have like evidence that exonerates them or puts them in a good light, I think Israel tries to give media attention to this, like when they were doing shows at the Al Shifa hospital, I think, or when other times, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it could. Like, I could think of a variety of reasons why they wouldn't release images. It might be that they legitimately did kill 5 or 6 civilians that were. Maybe they killed 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 that they shouldn't have, and they don't want to release any video footage because they think that would make them look bad, even if it exonerates them of the claim that they shot 100 people. It could be that they feel like it reveals the security operations too much or gives too much information, or I have no fucking idea. I don't know. But I mean, like, it's something interesting to think about. Like, Israel probably should release something if it is the case that there's a claim being made that over 100 people were shot on one side as part of a humanitarian aid convoy. Like, that would be, or convoy, that would be pretty weird to not release any evidence of it whatsoever. So yeah, I mean, I think pushing them to release something would be good. Yeah.
Yes, I think that's my main point, that we shouldn't like conclude one side or the other. So there's still like the possibility that something bad happened on the Israeli side as well. But I wanted to ask you if I can make a quick suggestion about the content arc and generally like.
Okay.
So I got the idea that maybe you can get like a content producer similar to the H3H3 guys that can make an outline of a situation, gather links, make a timeline, find information about guests or questions to the guests if you're inviting someone on, and it could be, this guy could work for you in terms of drama topics, interviews, debate prep, bridges, podcast, Keep or Kick, and other projects.
Maybe. I'll think about it. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that was it. Thanks for the time.
Okay. I love you.
DGGL.
Bye. Okay. I don't know who Konstantin Kisin is, or why he tweeted about. I don't know what this is. Don't care. Okay. He said that the media is not that influential to be able to flip the population views on presidential candidates, yet the media is able to flip the vibes on the economy. Can you explain that, please? I think that for stuff like vibes on like an economy, I think that there is a ton of stuff that you can fixate people's attentions on. I think there's a ton of stuff that you can make people like pay attention to or feel about things in the past. I think that for stuff like that, I think your views can be probably a lot more influenced. Like it probably depends on the topic. I'm trying to think. Like for Trump, there is. I wish I don't have an example here, but there are a lot of things for Trump where the media would present something that was insane about Trump, but then when you look back and you see how people historically do these actions, like actually most presidents like do stuff like this. So this wasn't like that insane necessarily. I can't remember these any offhand, but I know I remember looking some up. It's like, does this actually normally happen, or is Trump like an outlier here? So for stuff like that, you might be able to think, like convince somebody that somebody's like more crazy than they actually are. But in terms of like just anointing and then picking a candidate, I don't know if. I think there's probably like, if I had to guess, that's the trigonometry guy. Oh, if I had to guess, there's probably like a, like if we were to graph where people's opinions could be, there's probably like some kind of, like zone, like this, where if reality is in the middle, like if reality is right here, you can probably give opinions north and south of this and kind of like move people's sentiments a little bit higher or a little bit lower, or a lot higher, a lot lower, depending on the topic. But But I mean, like, again, we saw, like, even with consumer sentiment, like, it just lagged. Like, it's not like the media was able to convince everybody forever, or social media was able to convince everybody forever that the economy is fucking horrible. Like, sentiment does catch up with reality one way or another. But Destiny reinvents the Overton window. This has nothing to do with the Overton window, but okay. Every single thing that oscillates between two stages and has a center point is the Overton window now. Hello?
That kid named Sneeko, I don't know what that kid thought. First of all, he's so silly for doing that, for agreeing to do that with Sean Strickland.
You're about to have a really bad day.
I don't know how that guy's doing right now.
He's probably not doing well.
If you even find that video, because it's so hard to watch, he beat the shit out of that guy.
Bro, I think you're all a little gay for liking this. This is what happens when you go online too much. You look like this goofy-ass idiot. If you're a man watching this, do not turn into this. They love getting reactions like this. They want to go clip it up, and they're going to make me see, they're going to put intense music, and I'm going to go blah!
Bots do not.
Jesus Christ. Did you watch the game build-up Gokunaru did on Sneeko's stream to get him to watch? Nope. 42 minutes. I recorded my reaction to the stream while on a voice call. Little did I know Sneeko would later private the stream, leaving me as the only non-Sneeko simp willing to post the footage. I've removed as much of my commentary as I could and patched up the audio to the best of my ability. The stream would have been lost media if I wasn't recording. Whatever audio cannot be saved, I've added subtitles too. It's really worth watching first.
One day of eating as a gulag prisoner. My captors haven't fed me for a while, so I started digging through the piss cave looking for rocks. I like to suck the minerals off of them and then spit them out. Just kidding, I'm a fucking man. No spitters in here, right, Sneeko? They felt bad after watching me swallow the rocks, so they gave me some oatmeal, and it was pretty good. Just kidding, that shit was drier than Sarah Safari's pussy after a signature Sneeko slap. I guess it's time for my weekly shower. Finally, around lunch, they gave me some jam, so I got to work making Charlie's signature gulag protein shake. Now you might be asking, Charlie, where'd you get the protein? And well, it's pretty simple. Fuck off, I'm not telling you. For dinner, they just chucked a bag of Coke at me. It's not Christmas, so there must be a reason why they want me to relapse. Throughout my time in the gulag, I've maintained an active income, gotten in better shape, been on NoFap, and gotten closer to God. It's honestly crazy what you can accomplish with just hard work and a clear mind, so I don't need this. I ended off the night doing some painting, and...
Okay.
That smells kind of nice. Well, I mean, this is an eating video, right? What's the harm in having a little taste? If I die, just tell them it was a coke overdose. Or the Jews.
What?
Follow the white rabbit.
Where am I? Life is like a video game. Figure out the system and just play against it. I'm on fucking go mode. Watch, bro.
Hi, Sneeko. Are you awake? Do you want to escape the Matrix?
Bro.
Well then, follow the white rabbit. That's me. We have a fun game organized for you. All you've got to do to participate is call me, and the game will begin. So come on, what are you waiting for? Call me, Sneeko. Simply join the call and let me take care of the rest. See you soon.
Do I do it?
I love speech mods. I'd like to host a stream event for Sneeko. Could you get in contact with me?
What if he goes through the trouble of setting all this up and Sneeko just doesn't bite? What a waste of time.
I promise it'll
The
be
risk.
worthwhile.
Fucking work has.
I don't know what he said. Yes or no, yes or no. No idea what he said.
Hello, Sneeko.
What's
Thank
up?
you for following the white rabbit.
I'm here.
Are you ready to begin?
Am I what?
Are you ready to begin?
I'm ready to begin. Who is that?
Don't worry about that. Come on. Where is Shoebait?
It's right here.
Perfect. Question 2. Can you name 3 Roman emperors?
Julius Caesar. Drew, the guy who killed him. And Augustus. Marcus Aurelius. Okay, yeah, I got it. Okay. Yeah, I got it, okay. So that's good.
Question 3. What did Zeus say to Narcissus?
What did Zeus say to Narcissus? If I get this wrong, is he gonna die? Like, what happens if I don't get this?
What did Zeus say to Narcissus?
Stop being so narcissistic. I'm joking. I don't know. Chat, help! You're saying D's nuts. I don't know. I don't know, White Rabbit. I don't fucking know. Chat! Tell me now. Someone. What is in? Is this a bomb? Watch yourself. Watch yourself. Watch yourself. Watch yourself. That's what he said.
That is correct.
What did Zeus say to I have no fucking idea. Is Narcissus even like a real...
Don't kill that guy,
I have
man.
no
What's the next
fucking clue.
question?
Question 4. What is the most predictable of all human responses?
The most predictable of all human responses. Chat, help me right now. Help me right now. What the fuck? I don't know. I don't know. Tell me. Fear, 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 fear.
Thank you for your response.
Is that right? Okay. Why am I holding this? Do I need to hold this, White Rabbit? Get rid of him! Or get rid of the thing!
Question 5. What do all men with power want?
More power.
Correct. Do you feel like you're in control?
Yes.
Your response.
Is this an IQ test again? Am I gonna get screenshotted? Fuck! Is there another question?
God is in control. God is in control.
Hello?
Question 7. What is the Matrix?
What is the Matrix? You just asked me that?
The Matrix.
The Matrix is Zionism.
Thank you for your response.
Yo, I ain't gonna lie, what?
I ain't gonna lie, White Rabbit, you're real slow with asking the questions.
Question 8. What did the devil really give to Adam?
Eve. I'm joking. What did the devil really give to Adam? Well, he tried to give the apple, but he didn't take it.
Choice.
Free will, yeah, exactly.
What did you say? Yes or no? The apple, yeah. Fuck! Free will. Choice, knowledge, choice. Fuck! They're spamming. Is it choice? He's dying.
Question 9.
Okay, he's not dead.
Would you like to speak to him?
Yes.
Okay, guys. This is gonna pick up. Do we need to watch this?
I wish I could say the same. If there's ever
Okay. Fine.
Named Sneeko. I don't know what that kid thought. First of all, he's so silly for doing that, for agreeing.
Analysis of
Those videos will take the religion.
So I got him to watch the video.
feels good to be back. Self-help as a genre has gone through a lot of evolutions throughout my time on the internet. There's always been prophets and preachers, truth seekers, and self-deceivers. With the amount of options and personalities available to you, it can be pretty easy to get lost in the sauce.
The Bible says God created the world in 24-hour increments. Evolution is nonsense.
Equal rights can also mean equal fucking lefts.
I'm actually gonna teach you how to grow a bigger pee-pee.
But I'm not really interested in giving you some objective analysis of all the self-help content available to you. That doesn't really interest me. In fact, if I'm being completely honest, right now, well, I'm just looking for a fight. Let's see, who's there to take on? There's the Death Star Delts himself.
I will butt fuck you, dude.
There's Adonis.
I've been a little bitch my entire life.
There's a testicle-munching false god.
Your man's has been eating cow testicles.
I mean, there's plenty of options, really, when you think about it. Hey, Sneeko. How's it going, man? You want to know why I picked you? It's pretty simple, really. You and I, we have a lot in common. We both got our start making Call of Duty videos. We both learned and grew on YouTube. We gained popularity for our opinions, but also because we've got style. Our viewers have seen our highs and our lows, and we wear our flaws like badges of honor. Same height, same age, both addicted to coke. Hey, but that's enough about me, okay? Let's take a look at who you are.
Sneeko is a thought leader who lives by trying to seek the truth, even though he can't explain
born
what
on
that
September
truth is.
8th. When he first joined the platform on April 9th,
to tell the truth. You don't talk about the issues.
Alright, that's enough. Sneeko, you already know who you are, right?
Who am I?
Right? You see, despite the projection that he's always tried to maintain of himself as, you know, an independent creator, a free mind, a thought leader, Sneeko has always been looking for a master. You know, someone to raise him up, to lead him down a path of success. That's right, Sneeko's always been looking for it. You see, Sneeko, you found that with Mr. Beast.
With Mr. Beast, it was crazy because I knew him for years. And then out of nowhere, he blew up. And then he hired me, which was a great opportunity. He paid me well.
But it hurt your ego for him to go from being your peer to your employer.
I just couldn't get over the fact that I was working for them instead of with them.
I didn't want to be the guy in Mr. Beast's videos. I wanted to be Mr. Beast. The last video we did together got crazy views. It was #1 on trending.
But then I didn't get the call back to work with them again that summer. His manager said, nah, you don't need to come anymore. Never mind.
I don't think I'm getting the credit I deserve.
So naturally, you made a exposed video on him.
Right after I got fired, I was tight. I made like a Mr. Beast exposed video trying to like get some redemption from it.
Everyone said, don't make that video. Don't try to expose him. But I did it anyway.
You found that with
Keemstar, I had an opportunity to work for him. I got the job right away. He wanted me to do a reading. I did the reading and he didn't like it.
And then when I told you it wasn't good privately,
instead of taking that as professional criticism, I just thought, who's this guy to tell me my work isn't good?
you couldn't accept the fact that you did a bad job.
I'm the talented one. I heard I was talented my whole life.
Glad that it was bad because I'm not on his channel right now.
And then you made an exposed video about him.
So I made an exposed video on him too.
I wanted views and subs.
And I disguised it as this whole morality thing, like I'm too good for this content.
What happened was I realized that you are not someone that I should associate with.
Don't cry, dude.
That isn't the reason that I didn't get the job.
I don't like Keemstar. You gave me the finger. You disrespected me.
The reason was that I just wasn't good enough.
Just to show everyone here what a fucking ungrateful person you are, your channel got shut down. Me and my team sat there and worked to try to get your channel back. I'm not mad that you took my private conversation, put it out there, and because it just goes to show what a dishonest, unloyal, untrustworthy person you truly are, Sneeko.
You found one in Andrew Schultz.
Yeah, this happened repeatedly. Andrew Schultz.
Schultz offered me a job, like an editing job.
But he was too Jewish, so he made an exposed video about him.
I'd sent like laughing emojis when I said no. That's what you get, you cocky bitch. You fucking Waluigi looking cunt.
Dave Chappelle?
He gave me this $100 bill. It says, Dave Chappelle.
But apparently he talks about trans people too much.
It's weird because like he said that he made this whole thing about kindness and then did 30 minutes of trans jokes.
Chappelle's last special was very mid, yo. It's just like, why do you keep talking about trans people over and over again? It's just like, yo, shut up about trans people.
This fucking idiot, that fucking idiot. You're super shameless.
Hey, wait, just real quick. How old is this guy? Is this Zoomer? Is this Zoomer editing? Is that what's going on here? Oh my god. I'm on the edge of my seat for this. Jesus.
About who you'll fucking latch on to. So, he started streaming, and that was when he discovered a truly worthy sensei, a wise man who opened his eyes to the true nature of the world.
Daddy!
This is like artistic Zoomer instead of normal Zoomer. Okay.
I want to tell you something, my boy. Yes, Daddy?
I have the biggest dick in the world. This girlfriend, I really like her, but she has these male friends. Make her choose. You are the friends. She's gonna fuck one of them eventually otherwise. Like, what are you delaying this for? She obviously is gonna get drunk one night and suck some dick.
My girlfriend's gonna suck another man's dick tonight. If I let her out of my sight.
I literally agree with everything he's saying.
My girlfriend's gonna suck another man's dick tonight. If I let her out of my sight.
You think Tate is goofy? Who the fuck do you like? Who do you look up to?
I don't look up to anyone, bro.
You should have a role model.
Why?
Every man should have or else how do you act? How do you base your decisions?
On what I think is right. Who do you think acts right and who do you think acts wrong?
Someone like Tate.
You think Tate acts right?
Yeah.
Man, people who don't understand the appeal of Tate are so out of touch with what it's like to be a teenager. Tate lives the exact lifestyle that young kids have been programmed to desire since they were fucking born.
He's rich as fuck. He's a fucking kickboxing champion.
Fast cars, fast fortunes. I mean, hell, he's even having sex with the girls in these kids' classes.
You're in hall. So I messaged her. She's like, I'm only 16. I was like, give a fuck. Know about me. 21, I don't care. If he were to start lying and saying, I'm fucking all these 16-year-old women or 18-year-old women, whatever the law is in America. 18?
It's 18 usually. You get married at 16.
All right, in Romania, 16, sorry. So Vivian's been with me 6 years. She's completely head over heels in love with me. She wants kids with me, everything. And we met and we fell, whatever, we're in love. When I bring on new girls, I usually pair them with Vivian. Because Vivian's younger. Melissa's like 28, Vivian's like 21.
Bruh.
One of my main chicks has 200,000 Instagram followers, and I took her virginity when she was 17.
I want to earn my respect too. I want to be a millionaire. I want to be like that.
So it's no wonder why kids and this idiot would defend him to the death. He's their ideal ego. An attack on Tate is an attack on their identity.
Like, a lot of people think like you too. They're like, I don't agree with everything he says, but some of the stuff he says.
What's wrong with that, bro? That's literally called having your own opinion.
Who was this guy on his stream?
Sit down, take a pill. Okay. I am the truth. I can see the matrix, and I want to get people out of it. You are all bots.
Fucking job, fuck being a slave. We about to get rich.
Life is like a video game. Figure out the system and just play against it.
I'm on fucking go mode. Watch, bro.
Jesus Christ.
I quit. I go in the subway one time. I'm never streaming again. You take this internet shit too far, bro. wish this was real. Really hope this is real, not gonna lie. What are you, a heat, eh? A bullet should have been used. You see that, chat? Bots. And God's gonna frown on you forever for that. The world is healing, yeah, and you're broke. And I'm up. NPCs, bots. And this is why you need to be wary about what you do on social media and celebrate somebody's death and wish death upon them. Say, like, next time it should have been a bullet. Your life sucks. Nothing can happen to me. I'm a good person. I got angels watching me. You'll pray. Pray to God. God's not listening. This is the God stream. Suck my dick. I am never, ever, ever disrespecting Islam again. It's not worth it because a lot of people are very angry at me. A lot of Ahmeds and Mohammeds are in my DMs, and I'm getting a lot of death threats personally. Islamic people take their religion very seriously. They're a religion of peace, but they're told to act in violence if someone's disrespecting. That's just their rules. I have a very large Muslim audience. I'm losing subscribers. I'm getting a lot of messages from these people. What do you think that connection is?
You play stupid game, you win stupid prizes, bro. You know what I mean? Like,
Allah is the one true God. That's the creator of the universe, the creator of everything. Jesus was there to spread his message. Muhammad was the prophet. We are all his creation. There's a lot of people watching that want to be in my position, and I'm wondering, because the whole world's against you, I could have done a hit piece. We went out to lunch. I could have recorded something. How did you vet me? How did you let me into your inner circle, which is right now the hardest thing to judge?
The main reason I decided that I thought it was okay for you to come here is I realized that you've been doing a lot of content for a long time that was very pro-Tate. Secondly, you know some of my friends and you were vetted. My friends stick up for you, and I trust my friends. And thirdly, also, I'm not going to lie to you, I did have the War Room do a dossier on your real name.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, oh, yeah. I know your name, your address, all that shit. So if you did decide to do something like that, then God will teach you the lesson. I don't even need to do much.
And that War Room is real.
No, no, bro, it's super real. If there's any fucking influencer idiot who thinks they know shit, who's anywhere on the internet, I have his fucking address, his mom's address, his dad's address, where they all fucking live, where they work, where his banking is, all the pictures of him fucking naked, his ex-girlfriends, fucking all of it, standard protocol. I got all of it. I've got everything, because I've got an organization of thousands of men who will do anything for me. You think I can't find out shit?
I want to join.
So good to meet you, friend.
Social media influencer Andrew Tate has been arrested in Romania on suspicion of human trafficking, rape, and forming an organized crime group.
The Matrix has attacked me.
He literally admits in the video, he talks about how you can lie about how much taxes you're paying on behalf of them to steal like a bigger cut than what they're aware of because they're too stupid to figure it out otherwise.
The blue hair.
What law is that breaking?
It's
illegal to make girls fall in love with you?
For the express purpose of bringing them back to another country to make them work as cam girls? Yes. It's called sex trafficking.
That's not sex trafficking.
That's called pimping. Yes.
You never had a girl fall in love with you?
Did Tate actually say he took their passports? Yes, he did say that. Okay, so that's how they can't leave then. He actually takes the passports. And he probably lies and he says it's for tax reasons.
They could have asked for it back. They kicked out. Actually, we would make a great double date. I like you on the left.
Girls, I want to kiss you guys.
How old are you?
Underage. Well, you just
Like,
yeah.
like how underage though? Like your birthday's next week type shit?
And I will be turning 15 in a month.
Change my state of mind.
Ladies and gentlemen,
We
got him.
Look, here's the most important thing to understand about Sneeko. He is who he talks to. He's a chameleon, constantly trying to fit in with whoever interests him that week. I mean, there is a reason this meme exists. In an effort to catch every wave.
The guy that emailed me this gave up so much karma. I think a guy emailed me this, like, you should post this on your Twitter. It'd be very funny. He should have posted. I feel bad for our fallen brother.
He'll happily accept programming from anyone around him who he thinks is cool, scrapping his prior code like a good robot. I mean, he talks to this guy.
The bot is somebody that runs on autopilot. It's somebody that runs on a script that's been programmed.
Imagine carrying what?
people think. I see so many people worried about other people's opinion, what other people think, what other people think. Who gives a fuck what the NPCs think? Who gives a fuck what the peasants think? We run this shit.
And you know what they're afraid to say? A lot of these smart dudes who've made it out of the Matrix,
The broke people, bots.
most of you are bots and you're stupid.
And suddenly he's talking about how everyone's in the Matrix and we're all bots.
Bot. You're a bot. A servant to the
There's got to be some kind of circular, would this be actual true irony? Or I don't know what you would call it, where like you created a whole script and thing to describe other people in a derisive way, but it actually perfectly describes you. Like Sneeko probably has developed the best jargon in the world to describe exactly what he is. Like a bot NPC that gets his programming from the Matrix, so that he doesn't have to think about anything for himself. He literally describes it. Like the programming is, you know, whatever, well, it was the Tates, it was Islam, I don't know what it is now, but whatever his current role model says. And then the take is to just go and be mean to people on fucking Twitter over trans issues or whatever in the most predictable fucking ways possible. Right now, the current programming is like the WEF, the globalists, the crickets, the blah, blah, like it's like the most predictable stuff ever. Like Sneeko will never say anything. As long as you know who he's listening to, he'll never say anything that surprises you, you know?
Matrix.
He watches a Matt Walsh documentary. And
Matt Walsh, I want to get him on my stream so bad for an interview. Matt Walsh, you need to get him on stream, man. Come on, man. And Matt Walsh, let me interview you on my stream.
suddenly he's talking about trans people nonstop.
Trans woke. And I think this is proof of the Matrix. Trans people woke. Trans is woke. Trans activation. I identify as your husband, and you owe me pussy right now.
Even though a couple months before that, he was calling out Dave Chappelle for doing the exact same thing.
Chappelle's last special was very mid, yo. It's just like, why do you keep talking about trans people over and over again? It's like, yo, shut up about trans people. I feel like he likes playing into the controversy a little too much. Like, he likes cancel culture. He wants to stay relevant and be in the pop culture, so he's constantly poking at what makes people, like, overly sensitive right now.
Then he talks to this guy.
Homosexuals are going to hell, right? If they don't repent. Don't forget that. And so are effeminate men.
What?
It's the heights of depravity. It's a complete absence of God. It also manifests itself in like mass murder. It's just another flavor of
depravity.
Yeah.
And suddenly he feels the same way about gay people.
Like the LGBT thing, it's just deviant acts. It's perverted. I really think it's something that's demonic, and I think a lot of these people are actually possessed. Gay people can't reproduce, so they reproduce by coming for the children. They don't want kids. They don't want straight kids. They want more gay people. That's why it's not about acceptance, about making everybody gay. They get more gay people by touching a kid.
Even though he's struggled with his sexuality for years.
But like when I was like 14, I thought I was gay. I watched gay porn. Bro, I went to a gay nightclub with my gay friends. I saw a muscular dude twerking, and I know that I'm not gay. It's not for me.
I went to a rave for the first time last night. I've never been to a rave before. It was queer night at the rave. There's fun for everyone.
When did Sneeko stop being Asian? What happened? I feel like when he was a kid, he looked mega Asian, and now that he's older, he looks mega not Asian. What? Somebody explain that phenomenon?
More gay guys than usual, and they're gonna be making out, but you can still have fun. I don't have a problem. There's girls there, but the two friends I was with are kind of homophobic. They're standing around there like, nah, we gotta leave. I'm like, dude, we just got rejected from the first one. Close your eyes a little bit and find a girl. Like, you do not be comfortable around a couple gay people. Like, whatever. I don't have a problem. Dude, I'd rather be around a bunch of gay guys making out, ignoring me, than sweaty straight guys ignoring me. I see a gay guy over there with like his piercings and shit. I go up to him like, hey, like your hair. Says, cutie or whatever. I'm like, you got a cigarette? He's like, yeah, for you. I take a cigarette. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go to my friends. He's like, oh, okay, bye. And I just take the cig and leave. I flirted with the, I flirted with the gay guy to get a cigarette. I don't even smoke like that, but maybe we could have finessed some free drinks with these gay guys.
Are you gay? Someone asked. I'm not gay. I'm not gay. Being gay would be kind of cool, though. You wouldn't have to deal with women. But then you gotta be friends with them.
He talks to this guy.
What do you think of other people who race mix? I honestly, I don't really approve. He thinks that white people should stick to white people. Most of my friends growing up were Jews. My best friends were black people and Jewish people. Which sounds racist. The end of every conspiracy theory, you go down the rabbit hole, is always Jews. It's real. I mean...
And suddenly he's feeling a little bit racist.
Silly ass hat on your head covering... whoa. Go back to synagogue. Stop trying to fucking be a YouTuber, bro.
Even though almost a week before talking to him, he was getting mad at a random chatter for being racist.
Don't say monkey, you fucking racist in the chat. Yo, mods, ban these fucking racists in here. It's not about race, you idiot. Look at this sad-ass white boy in the chat who doesn't get any pussy calling a black girl a fucking monkey. Ban him right now. You're stupid.
And it's wet.
And actually, you're more demonic than the girl in the chat. Suck my fucking dick, bitch.
Now he's instantly cool with a guy who says this.
Black people are violent. You know, send the military into these black neighborhoods. They'll complain about it. It doesn't matter. They're never gonna vote for us.
He doesn't seem racist at all. I've never met a woman who's just, hey, I dream about you and then I see you, so it's monkey wifey.
We're gonna have African Americans voting 50% for Republicans, and we're gonna flood the zone with
But hold up, a white guy saying the N-word? That still goes against his code.
I'm not getting paid. I'm banned from all the bank Turkish payment processes.
You're about to fly to fucking Florida to have.
Is a genetic trait. It's a heritable trait. Of course that makes it genetic.
Because there could be totally different. You can break apart the fucking GWAS or whatever. You can get appropriate jobs that allow them to earn more money.
I appreciate the free speech and everything, but you can't drop the N-word. You can't do that anymore on the stream.
I just said it one time on accident.
Just don't do it again. I know.
I know.
Since he said it once, do I get one pass or am I just?
No.
Nick, you get that one time. There was an A. If there's an R, you're never coming back.
Just kidding. New programming just dropped. Now we're hosting clan meetings.
Shut up, you Albanian.
Oh my god, bro. This was unhinged.
Who's that weird dude that can't speak? Preach is crying right now, swinging from a monkey branch.
It's a little hardcore even for me.
I'm glad you didn't show up in a white hood, Nick. Optics, you know? No. I don't really approve. Do you think the Earth is flat or not?
I think it's round.
Yeah, I think it's round too.
And then this Coke drinker tells him the Earth is flat.
If the Earth's a globe, the Bible's not real. If the Earth had dinosaurs, the Bible's not real. Literally, every angle is an attack on the Bible. If the Bible had a verse where it says the Earth is moving and rotating, do you know that they would never make the Earth a ball? The psyop would be a cube. He said, we don't believe in evolution. We believe in the opposite. They keep mirroring it. These are inverted beings. It's not just evil. They do what we do, opposite. They just invert.
What happened to Zerka? Bro just disappeared after he got his ass beat. My prediction came 100% true. That's what happened to Zerka.
I would say it's 80% twos. Sun, flat Earth, black sun, dome. That's what it is? Electromagnetic.
Yeah, and the stars are fixed in the dome.
And what do you know?
The Earth is flat. Can we just stop pretending that it's a globe? Nonsense. Have you ever held a tennis ball?
Yeah, I play tennis.
Where's the flat part of the tennis ball? There's none. It's round everywhere, right?
Yeah.
So it's always curved.
Yeah.
The ball. Every time you hold the ball. That's what I'm saying. So why?
Wait. That metaphor made no sense.
You know you're lost in the sauce when this guy is the voice of reason.
Put it back on the Yo.
I'm getting annoyed.
Hell, he's so open to programming, he'll let his own chat write some code.
Sir, what's your name?
Tang.
Thank you so much. Dude, this elephant's stinky. Stinky. I don't know if it's you or the elephant, but someone's stinking. Palm in the back of his head? No. I mean... Bro, I need $1 to do that. Chat, stop saying palm his head. He's not gonna know what's happening. Whoa! Sorry.
Thailand no fit ahead na. No this is no.
No head. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you no good na.
Oh,
You're no good. You're not good. You're not
Sorry.
I don't like you.
Sorry.
Jesus Christ.
I no friend you. I older na, 55 na.
Yeah. Sorry.
You no good.
Okay, sorry. Tong. Chat. Oh, man.
For $1.
Yeah. Why did I listen to you, chat?
And the list goes on and on. So, I could spend a ton of time bashing Sneeko's character. And I'm going to.
Wait, hold on. We got a 45-second meme excerpt. What is this?
I am fucking livid right now. At the last rally in Vancouver in the pouring rain, thousands of people were marching for Palestine. And a brave, queer Palestinian stood up and spoke to the crowd. And as this person was speaking, pouring out their heart, their soul, their pain, and their demands, tell me why the fuck I could visibly see Muslims in the crowd becoming uncomfortable and unhappy with the fact that a queer person was speaking. And tell me why the fuck I saw specific aunties going around asking volunteers why this person was speaking, and I think asking them to stop them from speaking. Queer Palestinians are being slaughtered at the same rate as the rest of the Palestinians in Gaza. So how dare you make this
can't
about
be
one
real.
specific group? It's free all of Palestine.
That can't be a real. There's no way that's real.
Like this.
What they choose to get angry at is the messenger instead of the message. What they should be angry at is the elites, bro, the government, the powerful people. But that's how bot-minded people are. That's how programmed they are.
He's right. You see, when someone like Critical makes fun of him for being a cuck.
You are a cuck. Self-admitted. He was literally in the bed
watching his girl get fucked by a different man.
And you allowed the love of your life to get fucked by another man.
You can just say that he regrets being in an open relationship.
Around 3 years ago, when I was 21 years old, I went to a swinger party with one of my girlfriends and joked about how traumatizing it was on a podcast. I don't do it anymore. I don't recommend it.
When he gets attacked because Cuties is his favorite movie.
Cuties was a Netflix film that used real child actresses in sexual situations, so they sexualized real children.
He can just say that he agrees with the Muslim values that it presents.
She goes from a good Muslim girl to a degenerate wokey, lying, twerking, and fighting, and it blows up in her face and her family's disappointed, and eventually she reverts back to Islam.
When you call him a fake alpha male.
He himself is not great when it comes to relationships and all these things.
He can just say he's an aspiring alpha male.
Wanna be alpha male Sneeko? Oh, this alpha male.
Oh, true. Video creator fucked up. In getting another man that Sneeko was emulating early on was Patrice O'Neal. That's where he got the swinging idea from. I wonder if he comments on that at all in this video.
I don't think I'm an alpha male. I've never once called myself that.
If you call him stupid, he'll just say,
I'm stupid.
And he'd be right, but the point is, it's his message that he's always leaning on to validate what he's saying. So in this video, I'll be taking a look at that message and the people who've been rewriting his code along the way. Because, yeah, when it comes to these guys, at the end of the day, their goal is to program you. So, where better to start than by asking the simple question of... It's just funny because when this guy talks about what men are, it's such a fucking self-report.
How come I'm with, like, in college and I'm with a girl who's, like, you know, good girlfriend or whatever, nothing crazy, it's a college girlfriend. I'm like, I want to cheat all the time. I just want to keep cheating. Like, when I would do that, people would say, like, oh, you're just immature. You need to settle down. I'm not a bad person because I want to cheat. That's something natural. Monogamy is for women.
Masculinity is when you cheat on your partner.
You can't maintain your masculinity and give head to a woman.
Masculinity is when having sex with a woman makes you feel gay.
Men make sense. They're the ones teaching the books. You should be fucking playing Legos with the 5-year-old. Make a macaroni piece, bro. Like, stop trying to fucking... I have a book. Shut up.
Masculinity is when you can read books.
There's studies that show that the sources show women want to nurture, men want to fuck.
Masculinity is when the women around you don't want to fuck. Like, Sneeko, the idea that men don't want to nurture is so fucking brain rotten. And it's such a reflection of how shallow and disgusting your fucking character is. Straight up worms in your brain, bro. Rip them out. Yeah, if it's not obvious to you, Sneeko has no intention of actually teaching young men how to treat women. I mean, half the time he doesn't even mean what he's saying, okay? That comment he made about not eating out your girl because it's not masculine. Yeah, this was him a couple months before that.
I'm tired of these fucking manosphere people saying, oh, I never eat pussy. Are you kidding me? When you find the right one, yo, ma, come here, yeah. And then
these guys were the ones to rewrite his code on that.
I don't want to do it, and I won't do it. Because women derive far more satisfaction from a relationship than just sexual pleasure.
So, feel me?
You put it, and then I can't recreate that motion right now and still maintain masculinity.
Yeah, I mean, he rode the women-hating wave super hard while he was getting popular. But when the critics, the contradictions, and the consequences caught up with him.
There's a war going on masculinity.
Well, now it's about preserving masculinity and doing what's best for the youth.
They want you to be weak. Men aren't being men anymore and women are becoming men.
Now the Matrix is attacking him.
The Matrix is real.
And he's taking responsibility for the dangers of big tech.
Big tech CEOs are running the world. These people have all the control. This shit is a real problem.
And guess what? I agree with all of these things. But Sneeko and Tate knew that these pretty universally accepted truths weren't enough to gain a massive audience. They needed a competitive advantage. And what better way is there to attract teenagers to your courses than by giving them someone to hate? To validate their victim complexes, not by taking a look at the real reasons for their disenfranchisement. No, by scapegoating modern... You see, you don't understand. Sneeko gets slandered all the time. He actually loves women. He said it himself.
I'd rather ask and let people look dumb than, you know, show how much I hate women. Because I do hate women.
I spent a day as Sneeko's intern.
I
I don't agree with a lot of the stuff that Sneeko says in his videos, but I do really feel like he's doing something on the internet that's very different from anyone else, and I think he has the potential to have a very positive digital impact.
Consciously making the wrong decision and talking about hating women. You know what I mean? It's
Do you really hate women though?
yeah.
Really, Sneeko? Is that right?
But I don't think that you actually hate women. If you actually did, I wouldn't be friends with you.
If that makes you feel better.
He just doesn't like those back-talking type women, you know what I mean? The ones who value their independence a little bit too much.
What I want you to do is just be pleasant and smile and comply and obey. I want you to
shut up and clean and stay home and don't do anything. Just be an object in the crib. But isn't that what guys really want? But we're just all afraid to ask for it.
Masculinity is when you want to have sex with a Roomba.
You know what I've been asking on dating apps recently? Some girl will message me, oh my God, you want to go get a drink? And I'm just like, head? Question mark? And then get triggered and respond, yeah. And then you just get them triggered, blah, blah, blah. And if she gets mad, okay, don't waste my time because you got nothing else to offer.
Talk to women like this, and the ones who still respond after that, it will definitely confirm your negative biases.
And then the sex is already established. I don't need to pretend like I like you and your bangs. I just want head. And so even if she laughs it off or something like that, we can have a good convo. We already know why I'm here. I don't care about you. You're not interesting. I want head.
Hey, remember kids, in life, a lot of the times, you get exactly what you're looking for. If you want cheap, transactional, hollow relationships, well, don't complain when you get exactly that.
And you can be gay as a woman and it's fine, we'll still fuck, but if you're ever gay as a man, bye. You need to understand women and feminine nature, but you can never act feminine because as soon as they see that, they sniff blood. Women hate feminine men. They hate it. It's disgusting to them.
Honestly, this guy has borrowed so many stinky-ass opinions. If only there was someone to clown on him every time he tries to push this cringe programming on his audience.
This is my wife. I'm never cheating. I'm a monogamous man. I'm getting married to her. She's expecting right now. She has my triplets. I will live for her forever. Get away from her! I still see your shadows in my room.
You're a bot. Do something. You care so much about women. Where your money at?
You make me angry. I want to release all my hate on you. Everybody gonna know what is a woman after I'm done with you.
Quantity over quality with hoes. Because as soon as they stop making sense, you call the other one over. But try to get pussy as quick as possible and dip. What is cheating? I don't get the obsession with modern women. You actually care about your wife so much that you get a second phone, get a hotel room, maybe another apartment to protect your feelings. That's love. Cheating is love.
No, I agree with you.
They sound like actual kids, bro. They sounded like me when I was 8.
Women do not want to have to think independent and masculine like we do. So women are always, they're at their best when they operate like children. That's true.
Oh, God, just sit there.
So why, you see how they let you believe that this grooming thing is like terrible? Like, why is that bad?
Look at you. Saying that confidently on camera, look at you. Are you kidding me? What happened? Who brainwashed you? Who told you that was okay to say in an interview? Disgusting. Haram.
Yeah, I would say the average American girl. Am I just dumb?
Yes!
Okay. It's a good fit. This is my favorite one.
I love what he's wearing. It's so poetic.
Sneeko's a deeply insecure individual, okay? He's constantly looking for validation with everything he does. Just take a look at his reaction to Amaranth rejecting him on a dating show for being too broke to provide for her.
You're a very beautiful girl, but I would need to have more than one, but you could be one of them.
Okay, Sneeko definitely out because I just don't think that he could be the provider that he says he would.
Good luck with OnlyFans. I ain't mad at it. I'm not mad at it, I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at it.
Oh, never mind. He's not mad.
I'm not even mad at it, bro. And that shit got in her head. Leaving on that note, saying that shit, bro, that gets in her head.
Maybe he's just bitter because when he got nude photos taken of him, well, it didn't make him a millionaire.
I should have lied, but you're right. W Donos, I should have just lied about how much I make. I don't know why I answered honestly.
Not enough for you? Just take a look at how he treats his girlfriends. This is Lily. Sneeko dated her a couple of years ago, and when they couldn't see each other for a while, well, he immediately tried to shoehorn an open relationship out of her.
What is it like being in an open relationship?
Who said we were?
I might have talked about it on a podcast.
But on the podcast, but not with me. Talk about it, but did we put it in effect? I don't think so.
We didn't?
No.
It's not cheating, but I was sleeping around and I was lying about it because I didn't think she could handle it.
Nah, he's just a good guy.
I'm like...
That's my... I'm gonna steal that one. It's not cheating. I'm just sleeping around and lying about it.
99% sure that we had an open relationship.
You decide that.
Meet Maria. This is the girl that Sneeko would go to sex parties with.
John's like, how do you find these girls? Like, you don't. You need to turn them.
Was she comfortable with the sex parties? Or?
Before me, no, bro. And even she said after, like, if we break up, like, I can never be in a monogamous relationship again. Like, I changed her ideas of relationships forever.
And eventually, he decided to bring her to swinger parties.
We do threesomes all the time, and she's not even that bisexual. So I'm like, this is the place where she can exercise the open relationship. Whatever happens inside that party, it just stays at the party. Like, So I saw her. I've seen her fuck other men. First time, as soon as I saw it, like 3 pumps in, I just got up and walked out. I'm just like, I can't. I wanted to hit him. I was just getting tight.
I'm gonna be real. I think that this took massive balls to share that story, knowing he was gonna get roasted. I remember thinking like, wow. Genuinely, when I watched it, I was like, damn, bro, respect. And while Maria seemed empathetic about it,
what really like made it feel like I was closer to her was that as soon as I left, she knew that I was uncomfortable and she left too. If I'm not comfortable with it, she didn't want to partake in it. Yeah, we were closer after that, for real.
the rest of the internet, they weren't quite as polite.
You watched another guy have sex with your girlfriend.
What kind of cuck shit is that?
I feel like this experience, along with Andrew Tate, just really soured your brain, bro.
Fuck you, bro.
Before jumping onto the red pill wave, Sneeko describes not being in an open relationship as...
That's toxic masculinity. Like, I should be able to get past that. I wanted to share this and talk about it because I feel like you should try to see your girl get dick down.
No, I
think it will really test your ego. It's going to test your masculinity.
Ideally, you'd want to have 3 girlfriends. Did you ever say that to your girl?
Yeah, I've told her that. But
what did you
that's
think
not
about
realistic.
that?
She doesn't want that.
And then after he started getting heat for this clip, because he started saying things like this.
That moment.
This guy was so stuck in being a limp cuck.
Thanks so much. This is a cuck.
What studies is it?
What study? Evolution, you fucking cuck.
Suddenly, he was eager to have multiple girlfriends.
Muslims, please, can I join y'all? I want 4 wives. Islam sounds dope. You get 4 of them, they don't complain too much, and they're not gonna cheat.
And Maria put up with it.
Girl, how does she feel about you having other girls, and does she ever want you to stop, or would she ever care if you don't stop?
I don't really care as long as it's respectfully.
Yeah, I have a couple girlfriends right now. I know it's haram, but one of them runs my Discord server, and I have one that wants to become my assistant, and I'm training her to run my accounting. The other one, working on traveling with her. She helps me find other girls as well. And the other one needs work, but all of them add something to my life, and all of them...
I like how this is like... It's just like trafficking, right? Is it... Can I just have multiple girlfriends and make them all do things? Like, why do I pay Lycan to cook? Should I just have like a girlfriend for... She books my flights, this one cooks and cleans, this one finds other girls to recruit to the sex trafficking to the relationship? Like, what?
Their role properly.
It's such a weird thing to like publicly own up to as well. Like, what a weird... It's just like his brain had to have been so deep into the Tate shit to think any of this sounds even remotely normal. Jesus.
Girls as well, and the other one needs work, but all of them add something to my life, and all of them play their role properly. If they were completely useless, I think that it's not worth my time or theirs.
Which leads us to Rumble Wifey. I don't even know this girl's name. I don't really care. You would basically just bring her on to bash women and talk about having sex with other people in front of her.
I would have a million reasons as to why men are better than women. Like, more physically capable, smarter, faster, more capable of leading, built better, pregnant for 9 months and get all emotional once a month. There's just, Are you monogamous?
Yeah.
I can't even have like one little thing on the side. Just a little spinach, you know? Like, you're the steak, I just want a little bit of spinach. Because you get the side, but you're the main course.
I understand.
Aw, such a gentleman.
Can I get some wine with that steak too?
What?
Another girlfriend was Xena. Sneeko apparently refused to say her name in public when he was listing all of his girlfriends, preferring to just refer to her as the girl that runs his Discord.
But one of them runs my Discord server.
Because she used to have an OnlyFans.
I'm Xena.
And then relationship status?
Uh-oh.
Body count?
Move on.
That's none of your business, Chris. How'd you meet this person?
Well, you see,
The thing is, how I met this person
have to talk to him. You don't need to talk to him. Don't talk to her.
Oh, is it you?
No, just don't talk to her.
Yeah, she made a lot of claims about him when he cast her to the side. I don't really care if they're true or not, but him getting someone this pissed off, it kind of speaks to how he treats his women, right?
They're not my girls, and I never fucking said they were. Just because a girl falls in love with me doesn't mean I'm responsible for them.
That's literally the biggest culp I've ever heard.
Why? You know how many girls
are gonna burn in hell for that one.
Sure.
How did she fall in love? Was she just a stranger, pen pal?
Pretty, bro. A lot of the girls.
She wasn't in person.
I'm not even talking about one
What
person.
a liar.
I'm talking about many girls that fall in love with me. I don't do anything.
This was a big part of his attempt to fight off the cuck charges, okay? He would lie or manipulate information to try and make himself look better. He even made this claim.
So I get called a cuck for going to a swinger party 3 years ago. I'm not in that relationship anymore.
When in reality, he was literally traveling with her in Japan when he was making his response the most critical. His desperation was most obvious when he straight up lied about his own friend's wife trying to sleep with him.
I consider you a
Oh, that's
friend.
me.
A woman who he was also friends with.
Yeah, I shouldn't have said that stuff like on the podcast. His wife has been messaging me. She's been messaging me. The eyes emojis, I've never seen that not been flirting before.
No,
just
it was
like, what
actually
the fuck?
because you typed an entire thing out and then you deleted it. And I was like, what the fuck?
And why did he do that? Just to distract people from making fun of him for being a cuck.
Destiny still actively has a cuck relationship. It's ironic that I get called a cuck more, even though I have a couple girlfriends. They are monogamous to me. They do not talk to other men.
Also, let me say this. All of these guys, and it's so strange how the rapid fire, like from ordinary relationships to like open relationships to one-sided open relationships to just like degenerate like hookup culture, which is really what it is. Anytime these guys say that they have like quote unquote multiple girlfriends, they're probably being somewhat honest and that they're fucking multiple girls. But what they're delusional about is the idea that those girls are only fucking them. And that's the funniest thing. There are absolutely moments in these people's lives where they're fucking multiple women. But the fact that they think that these women are absolutely fucking loyal to them is hilariously fucking naive. Only a 22, 23, 24-year-old could be so fucking naive that to think that he can fuck 5, 6, 7 girls at the same time and none of those girls have any interest in any other dude.
Made a lot of them delete social media. They don't sell their body online. They are loyal to me.
I mean, honestly, you tell me, okay? Who seems more secure? The guy who said this?
I could be made fun of by these two guys on the podcast and be okay with it because my relationship with my girl is way more secure than anything that people are gonna try to troll me for.
What happened? God, what the fuck?
Or the guy desperately trying to convince his audience that they should be making fun of his friend instead of him.
But I will continue to be called a cuck more for that one podcast clip where I was honest and talking about something that I hated than somebody who actively engages in it.
And when that same friend posts this meme, he decides to call him a deadbeat dad.
Nebraska Steve left his kid, and you talk about how red pillars are misogynist and have bad relationships. Where's your kid?
Oh, he's even missing this. The only reason he started on this line is because he's copying it from Zerka, too. That's where he got this whole line from. They were driving in the car, and Zerka made the joke on an IG story, and then Sneeko started parroting it ever since.
Nebraska rat, yeah.
So you call this kid a rat?
Bro, he's there saying, like, we're smug and all this stuff and saying...
So, hold on. If someone says, hey,
you're smug?
You immediately call the child a rat.
Yeah, when this Coke drinker tells you to chill... You know you're crossing the line.
Agent Z.
But then when it's mentioned that his daddy Tate's father was also a deadbeat dad, he immediately jumps to run defense.
Andrew Tate's father was poor. Andrew Tate's father was a chess grandmaster, and he was traveling around the world playing chess to go and make a little bit of money. Like he had a job translating languages for the CIA, and some people like conspiracy like it, but no, there's no conspiracy about that. To be honest, I've asked about it.
Man, he loves getting personal with people when they criticize his character.
There's no conspiracy there. I asked about it.
He had a fun game where he'd pull up his critics' girlfriends on stream and let his chat call him ugly. He famously did this to Critical.
This is his girl. So there you go.
And he did it.
It's also so random and weird because they both look fine. She looks super cute. He's obviously a catch for sure. And they have like the little things on. They're out, like they look both fine. What do you like? What do you like? I'm at like how Miami fucked. Not even LA fucked. How Miami fucked does your brain have to be to look at these two people and think that either one of them are so obviously hideous? It's such a weird fucking statement to me. These look like two perfectly fine people.
So there you go.
And he did it to this guy, but in that case, It wasn't his girlfriend. It was his underage daughter.
What?
Just putting it on screen. Talking a lot about women. I'm not saying nothing.
Did I mention
she just has glasses? That's literally it? Wait, is glasses a subtraction from appearance?
That this guy loves targeting kids? Sneeko loves talking to kids.
I got a bunch of, you know, immature boys watching, so I gotta turn it up a little bit.
They're inexperienced, impressionable, and best of all, allow me to simulate what your TikTok feed looked like if you were a 15-year-old in September of last year.
You cheated, you cheated. It's bang out the machete, boom in her face. What's up, bitch? I expect absolute loyalty from my women. You know what's so attractive about younger women?
I would not see my infidelity anywhere near even 1% as disgusting as female infidelity. Female infidelity involves emotion.
I believe that women are beautiful creatures. I just don't think that they're as emotionally calm as men.
Yo, bro, you got a napkin?
Do you think unconditional love is possible in a romantic relationship?
Nope. You're one paycheck away from her leaving you. Quantity over quality with hoes. Because as soon as they stop making sense, you call the other one over. Love, it's nonsensical, man. There's no point. It's your girlfriend, these hoes, you can't talk to them. You can't. Women will never empathize with men.
That's just how the cookie crumbles. That's how the, that's how it crumbles.
No.
Oh, Hubert, you black-pilled poor Gerber. No, Gerber doesn't deserve that. Gerber doesn't deserve this.
Look how they massacred my boy.
Aw, Sneeko, are you trying to convince kids that they can't trust women? Yep, you're ruining their chances of ever being in a true, honest,
Holy
trusted-
shit. I just had a massive fucking Jimmy Neutron brain blast. No wonder people like Sneeko think that if a kid wanders into the wrong fucking Discord, he might start HRT and become fucking trans. Because if any of Sneeko's role models were actually trans, Sneeko would have been on HRT the next fucking day. That dude would have had fucking chest implants and bottom surgery in like 2 weeks tops. Holy shit.
Relationship. And I mean, this was the plan all along, okay? Sneeko knew that targeting kids was the easiest and fastest way to get clout and money. So he leaned into it, saying all the things he knew they wanted to hear.
She wants your money. They're like leeches. All they do is take, and they get happier, and we get sadder. You had to earn that money, she takes it. You are better.
I had a boy today, 11, turn to a girl and tell her she uses men to get money. And at least he's a hard-working man and he works for his money.
I'm gonna start being in this category. There's gonna be teachers pretty soon saying this shit about me. I don't know, that kid seems pretty base to me.
No, cook me a meal and shut up.
If you're thinking about going to college, don't. Women need to be objectified.
She's an object and you're everything else.
Well, like, that's his opinion, though. That's his opinion. He's just speaking his mind, you know what I mean?
Hey, Sneeko, did nobody tell you? Opinions, they're like assholes, okay? Everyone's got one. You just so happen to have an especially dirty, disgusting, unwiped asshole. Keep it away from kids.
What state are you in?
I live in Canada, actually.
Even worse. Canada is like, it's like 5 steps ahead in terms of wokeness in America.
Him trying to take himself seriously as an anti-woke advocate or whatever is one of the most cringe things I've ever seen.
You're 15, you're a freshman. What type of wokeness is being pushed in your school?
Honestly, I can't really speak to that because my school's pretty good.
You go to a private school?
No, public school.
Public school? So
Yeah.
there's nothing like that either?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, make another video talking to your wall, bro.
A lot of the crazy stuff is highlighted, so people may get this view that like everything is super, as you call it, woke. Not everything is like that. Most schools that I know of are all right. I don't know, maybe it paints a picture that things might be a little bit further than they actually are.
Yeah, social media shows the most polarizing content.
Yeah.
Huh. One thing I noticed, I asked a lot of the kids this at Yale and Cornell. I think Yale's student body might be notoriously left-wing. But even at Yale, when I was talking to people, it feels like the way that most kids that I talk to at college campuses say is that there is like the student body that is politically active is incredibly fucking far left, but 98% of students like just don't give a fuck. So just like people demonstrate or do their shit on campus, but like most students don't care. And then you just have like a small section of the student body that is like really politically charged and they are very far left. But it's not like 100% of students are out there marching every day or whatever. Most people just want to go to class and do frats and sororities and whatever the fuck.
A lot of people, myself included, tend to underestimate kids, but they're often a lot smarter than they let on.
So maybe that it's being polarized, and it's just my view of modern schools is just like filtered by conservative accounts that just highlight the worst parts of it.
Oh, you think? Unfortunately, though, kids are also smart enough to understand the real message that Sneeko's trying to push.
Did you say, fuck the woman, fuck the woman?
What? We love women. We love women.
But not like transgenders.
Yes, sir. We love everybody. No.
All gays
Yeah,
should
fuck
die.
gays. What have I done?
Exactly what you set out to do.
How can he be so self-aware and still not retarded? Listen, we had those things that we drew earlier today. I think there's one more thing I'll draw tomorrow. It's the Sneeko got into the one event breaking your mind. And I think it might have been the cuck story. I think telling that story and then getting the response back, I think just completely destroyed his fucking brain. And then from there, it was always going to be lost.
Salvage deposit secured.
We can call that the camel's back theory. Yeah, just the camel's back theory. And that's the straw that broke it.
One of the only apologies that I've seen Sneeko make was to the Islamic community after he did this. Did he apologize because he was actually sorry? Not really. It seemed more like he was scared.
It's not worth it. They're a religion of peace, but they're told to act in violence.
That broke his brain, but I think he was always comically impressionable. I think he was always impressionable, but he was also insanely, brutally fucking honest about himself. Like, all the videos that this guy was showing earlier where Sneeko was revealing that he wrote hit pieces on people was Sneeko literally admitting, like, I wrote hit pieces on these guys because they said I wasn't good enough, and I'd been told all my life that I was talented, and I'm probably not as talented as I think I am, and my ego let me make these videos, right? So he was, like, very impressionable, but at least he used to be self-aware enough to be brutally honest about himself, but I think he's lost that now, or it seems like it at least.
Someone's disrespecting.
Not just for his life, but that he'd alienate his own audience.
I'm losing subscribers. I have a very large Muslim audience.
You see, the gays, Jews, women, whatever, all those bridges have been burned. But Islamic kids still think he's cool.
Salah, Habibi, my brother Sneeko. We got your fans out here in Scotland.
Oh my god. Do you think part of Sneeko is jealous at you going after Islam with no fear? Seems like that's what really burned the bridge for him. No, I don't think Sneeko's ever been jealous of anything because I don't embody the things. There are like some very, not to whatever, but like there are some very hollow things that I guess like insecure men are drawn to. So things like showing off or flaunting lots of women, flaunting your wealth, flaunting fast cars and stuff like that. Like those are the things I think that are the most attractive to Sneeko. And I've never really, like we talk about like banging women and shit, but I have a $40,000 car. I'm not like showing off or taking pictures of every girl I'm with or like any of that shit. So I don't ever think that my lifestyle or anything related to my lifestyle was ever very attractive to him.
And, I mean, when he said this...
Muslims, please, can I join y'all? I want 4 wives. Islam sounds dope. Good women, you get 4 of them, they don't complain too much, and they're not gonna cheat.
He really wasn't joking.
So people like me talk too much about wanting to have 4 wives, and it's falsely representing Islam.
God says very clearly, like, if you can't be just and you can't provide and give everything to all of them equally, just have one. And if you can't even do that to one, then don't even have one at all.
So get money and then you could have 4 wives.
After converting, he's tried extra hard to flex his relationship.
Do you think he's self-aware in private, though? I have no idea.
Right now, I know it's wrong.
But then, when the new meta is to talk about having a virgin wife...
Wifey needs to be virgin and vaccinated. If you're gonna marry virgin Muslims, what you gonna do with all of my girlfriends? Kind of haram to turn them and throw them away. You know, well, it is what it is, man.
I'm just toxic. I'm toxic. It's fun for them. It's a little game to make no fucking sense and to be evil. Toxic is evil. Why are you proud of being a bad person, demon bitch?
It's also no surprise to me that right after he converted, he would talk non-stop about gay rights. It's because people like Sneeko and his friend Don...
Homosexuals are going to hell, and so are effeminate men.
What? Use religion to validate the resentful opinions they already had.
God does not like feminine men. God wants masculine men. He even made it a law that you're not supposed to shave off your beard. You shave off a lion's mane, it looks like a lioness.
I feel like constantly leveraging it as a way to justify hate shows that the worship of your God is secondary to your political agenda.
Right, I had long dreadlocks, clean shaven. Now I'm bald with a beard. If you keep God's commandments, the only end result would be you becoming a masculine man.
Masculinity is when bald and beard.
It's the heights of depravity.
This is exactly why I started believing God, Don.
Yeah, people who use God as a weapon, they don't tend to usually really care about the truth.
Young Don used to be a cool guy. I don't know what happened to him. Did Jadeon, did he actually 100% fully switch to being like a fucking not evangelical channel, oh god, what do you call it when you try to convert everybody? What am I thinking of? No, not apologist. Yeah, a proselytizer. Is that all he does now? Is proselytize? That's what I was looking for. A pastor is literally grooming him. Has he done any videos since? He hasn't done anything yet? Oh wait, are they on? Wait, it's Gideon? Is Muhammad in the Bible debate? Proving Islam versus Brother Josh tonight. Addressing the popular theory, did angels make the pyramids? Why Christians aren't from Earth. Oh my God. Wait, seriously? Ugh.
Okay, they pick a side and they work backward to justify it. But hey, I mean, that's just ideology, right? They take what they like, ignore the parts they don't, get all the social capital for championing the trendy opinions. But the second that it becomes inconvenient,
Muslims can't buy real estate?
Because of usury.
I don't drink. Come on, man. How much stuff do I have to give up? Pork, fun, alcohol, women, gambling. Can't even invest my money? No. I'll read my Quran. I'll talk to scholars. I don't want to live in a mosque. Get off of my dick. So what do you do for a living?
Porn.
By yourself?
With dudes.
Why does every black person at least mildly believe in the Hotep shit? There's probably, I think there's broadly kind of a shared like African American culture that is broad in some senses, in that they have like a special relationship sometimes with certain religions. Like I know for the Islam shit, there were a lot of rappers that talked about like, you know, being a Muslim and shit before it was cool, or defending Muhammad or whatever cringe shit or whatever. My guess is that for white people, like the white people that became the most culturally influential were the people that moved to cities and were largely atheists and shit, so they don't have as much of an association with the religious stuff. But for African American culture, especially through like rap and hip hop and shit, like, and then the pervasive like African American culture that exists in the United States, stuff that's drawn into kind of like some of the Hotepi stuff, some of the Islam stuff, some of that is like, it's just a little bit more pervasive, I think. That'd be like my guess, I would say, but like in a very, very, very broad sense.
You could be one of them.
I want to meet up as soon as possible.
haram. There's only two things that matter, and that's clout and cash.
A lot of black people I know fucking hate Hoteps. Yeah, I don't think every black person is a fucking Hotep. My guess would be the majority of them probably think it's cringe, but it's more pervasive in the culture because of like what parts of the culture I think get popular. Kind of like I don't think every white person is fucking trans, but like that's like trans marches and non-binary shit is like popularized largely by white, you know, young suburban college culture or whatever.
You know, it's just funny because a lot of people hit Sneeko with the, oh my God, who hurt you?
Who hurt you, Sneeko?
Yeah, I'm about to say like
Who hurt you?
Yeah, who hurt you? No empathy, no understanding of what men are like.
For me, when I see guys like that,
I was in private school my entire life, all for scholarships. I never got like the black talk.
That's suspended for bullying a kid.
Cyberbullying doesn't even count.
saying things like this.
I just want to take your bun in a fist and then slam it down like I'm mashing butter.
You would never have the fucking balls to say that shit to me, because you know you would get smacked up.
Chad, me and you, we get in the cage. Who's winning in a fight?
Does it make you feel big?
Your bangs aren't gonna protect you. You're gonna lose. You are weaker.
Your dumb mouth that I wanna that it's something.
Threatening this guy, threatening that.
You've chilled with Sneeko. How is he behind the scenes? I think he plays it up a bit for stream, because I noticed that anytime we would hang out, he would make fun of me because I'm pretty similar on stream and off stream. Like if somebody brings some shit up that triggers me, like we're gonna argue, and I'm about the same. And I think he made fun of me the first time. I think it was me, him, maybe Farha and Maria. Maybe I think the four of us were hanging out, and we got into an argument over some shit. And he's like, "Damn, dude, chill." It's like,
God.
He hasn't been properly.
Shut up. Yeah, come here. Come here. That's what you need. And she's gonna go.
I find it's very rarely the case that there's some deep hurt that's making them say that.
I'm handsome. I'm tall. I'm in shape. You wish you was me. I will tie my right hand behind my back and fuck you up with my left hand in Minecraft.
But when someone your own size comes along...
Brandon Buckingham is down to meet Sneeko. He's there to box him.
It's just I'd rather sit at home and yell at a camera, tell jokes, than risk my manhood falling flat, you know, if I lose the fight.
If anything, it's just obvious that they haven't been hurt enough.
Colt Moore, pussy, I would beat the fuck out of you.
Soy boy.
ooh.
I hope you get banned.
I think people like you need to get smacked up in Minecraft. Just one time. The pride in your face right now. Somebody who hasn't been bullied enough.
One of my biggest...
How was Brandon Buckingham in real life? You met him, right? Okay, real quickly, all right? Brandon Buckingham over the Sneeko stuff, I thought was an unhinged, fucking crazy person, okay? He DM'd me some shit. It just seemed like he was an unhinged, crazy person. And I separated from him because I thought he was part of the ICE community and all that shit. And I just never wanted anything ever to have to do with him. But he was at the shooting event with Tricky Tom and everything. And he seemed like a pretty chill person in real life. Like, his explanation to me, I think this is all public, I don't know, whatever. But that when he was fighting with Sneeko, that was like the first time in his life he'd ever been blown up by a huge content creator before on some shit like that. And Sneeko was kind of misrepresenting what Brandon Buckingham said. I want to be very careful here. Don't 100% quote me. I'm not trying to lie about this. But I feel like Sneeko said something along the lines of like, I think Brandon Buckingham said something like, oh, we're going to come run a train on your girl or some shit. Like he was like fucking with Sneeko. But it wasn't like a serious threat. And then Sneeko went around telling people that like Brandon Buckingham said he was going to come and rape my girlfriend. And the backlash that he got from that was insane. But yeah, I don't know. I hung out with him. He seemed like a cool, chill dude. I'm going to be honest though. It might just be because now in my head he occupies a lot of the same spaces that Andrew Callahan from Channel 5 guy, because I feel like they look very similar, but that might be me being crazy. I can't spell this fucking guy's name. Oh my god, did I actually spell his name correctly? I'm an actual fucking god. Okay, listen, this isn't the best shot. Listen, just forget I said anything.
Insecurities is that I've never knocked anybody out. I've never been knocked out either, ever. I've been in little fights, but nobody got hurt, so I'm gay. Don't just get in the gym and lift weights, because you're doing that to get the perception, the aesthetic, which is gay. Chad, you're gay for looking at that. Yo, Chad, is this gay? Yes or no? I'm putting bananas in his hole. Bodybuilding.
God, I would feel so fucking awkward being in a third world country where you are like, where you make more in a day than a lot of these people make in a year or longer. What country is he in for this? And then like acting so outwardly fucking embarrassing. Oh my God, I would cringe so fucking hard. Oh, Thailand. Okay. I don't know if Thailand counts as third world, but Thailand, average, or what would it be? Median salary. Let's get, hold on. I'm going to guess. I'm going to totally shoot in the dark here, okay? I might be super fucking wrong. I'm going to guess. I'm going to guess $2,000 USD. But maybe I'm super wrong. I'm gonna guess 2,500 USD. 2,500 USD. Thailand median salary. I was so wrong. Never mind. Good job, Thailand. Off by an order of magnitude. To be fair, this is household income though, so I might just be like 5x or 4x wrong. God damn. Wait, that's PPP? Oh, wait. Oh, no, wait, hold on. Oh, that was purchasing, is it purchasing parity index? Oh, shit, never mind. Oh, no, wait, no, I was still totally wrong, fuck. Average monthly salary is $2,869, but this is still probably PPP, right? No, never mind. It's still completely wrong. You guys in chat hype me up. Purchasing parity power. There you go. Purchasing power parity. What is Vietnam's median salary? $14.8 million a month. VND to USD. Jesus. Can I put times 12 here? Will it do it for me? Why are they so off? Fuck, I don't remember any of the countries. I forgot them all. Vietnam and Thailand are like right next to each other, right? Am I completely wrong on that? We need to keep going back to doing the countries quiz at least once a week, guys. These are all in the same area, right? Like Laos, Cambodia, Vietnam, Cambodia, Vietnam, Thailand. Yeah, those are all right next to each other, right?
Competitions are gay. Sports are gay, right? Being an artist is gay.
There's no artist in history who was ever even straight. They're so...
The one thing that's so funny about Zerka is, for all the issues with Zerka, and goddamn does he have a lot, okay? He is unique. He is unique. And it was so funny watching Zerka blow up so much of Sneako's preconceptions on stream, because Sneako just wanted to copy him and was hoping he would align roughly with all the other people he was copying, but...
Being an artist is gay.
There's no artist in history who was ever even straight. They're so good.
Yeah, that's true. Marlon Brando was sucking.
If everybody was gay, then they would have nothing. They take satisfaction in doing something they're not supposed to do. They enjoy being deviants.
Being a deviant is your entire brand, buddy.
I really think it's something that's demonic, and I think a lot of these people are actually possessed.
So you think if someone's gay, they're just wrong?
I don't think anyone's born gay.
Pussy's just like an open wound. It's a gaping hole in a woman's body.
If you're gay, you're gay. The fuck are you gonna do trying to hide it? Live a lie?
You gonna homeschool your daughter?
Yes.
All the way?
100%.
Mom commented on my last LGBTQ video and said, like, I'm glad you're spreading this information for Gen Z. This is the same reason I pulled my child out of school. I'm homeschooling.
Bro, it's becoming very popular.
We used to have gay kids, right, who had to be homeschooled because of how brutally they were bullied. Nowadays, we have kids being homeschooled, what?
Because they have to learn that gay people exist?
It is really cringe. I didn't know this growing up. Even though my family was Catholic and my mom did homeschool my sister, it was just because my mom and dad thought that they wanted to do a better education. My sister was into it, I guess, or whatever. But it was never I didn't realize until probably into my 20s that homeschooling, or maybe it didn't back then, that homeschooling has this really weird, like, extremist association around it. That when people say some shit like homeschool, I'm like, oh, you think you can, like, tailor the education better to your children? And like, no, we think that the main system is corrupt and evil, and we need to protect our kids from fucking Satan. It's like, okay.
Who's the fucking snowflake? It's you, by the way. You're the fucking snowflake.
It used to be that the homeschool kid was the weirdo. Now, you're telling who's the weirdo?
You.
Gay people does not produce anything good. Like, that's just the truth.
Oh, yeah.
What about a gay family that adopted a bunch of kids who needed a home?
Yeah, but that kid's gonna grow up weird because it's not gonna have the proper family dynamic.
What? What? You can't make this up. This is the dumbest interview I've ever heard.
Yeah, the foster system's a much better alternative.
But from 0 to 5, I don't need to be there all the time. I don't even think I should live at the home. I don't want to smell the poop and the diapers. No, I'll be there. I'll be there 2 days out of the week.
You make absolutely no sense. You're not complicated. You act like a child.
Yeah, and this is the guy talking about how to properly raise a kid.
If you're in the West now and you're only around liberal schools, it's better to homeschool your children because the teachers nowadays in schools will brainwash your kids to believe in a bunch of garbage.
Yeah, I'm sure a guy like you homeschooling them won't make them weird at all.
And you have a daughter, she's 18. Would you let her date a 42-year-old man, Sneako?
No, I would not. I don't even think that I want her to date. I just want her to get married.
So, Sneako, you would allow your 18-year-old daughter to marry a 42-year-old?
If I believe that he'd be a good husband for her, yeah. 100%.
What?
Oh, that's grooming. That's literally grooming. Like that.
So why, you see how they let you believe that this grooming thing is like terrible? Like, why is that bad?
Whoa, it is terrible!
Remember, in Sneako's mind, grooming is what, like, Fresh and Fit would talk about, where they would say, not grooming minors, but they would say, like, women need to be trainable, I think. You need a woman that will, like, take order. That's why it's better to get them young, because they haven't been programmed by other men yet. You need to get them young so that you can train them and teach them to become the best fucking wives they can be, I guess, yeah. Oh, coachable is the word they would use, I think, too.
Bruh. Someone send this to your father.
There's a quote, I don't know who it's from, but I think it's a Greek philosopher said that nudity will destroy society.
Right, because Greek philosophers are notorious for having a problem with nudity.
Everyone starts to be sexually liberated. That is the destruction of a society in real time. It happened in Rome when they started doing all the same-sex stuff.
I'm gonna project my delusional reality onto everybody else because I'm confident.
Yeah, if anybody ever says this to you, feel free to call them a fucking idiot to their face.
Alright, this is a lame-brained little lie devised by idiots like this who want to push an agenda. There's absolutely zero correlation between gayness and the fall of Rome. Anybody saying otherwise should probably not be taken seriously ever. Allow me to give you a quick history lesson. Being gay was never normalized among the plebeians of Rome, and among the leadership it was practiced since the empire's inception, with some of the most highly regarded emperors being openly gay. Sneeko promotes all these ideas so that he can bring up religion as the cure to a corrupt society. He'll say those things not knowing that the Roman Empire actually converted to Christianity 200 years before the Western Empire's collapse. Historically speaking, on a mass scale, religion can't cure a collapsing society. It's a tool used to control the masses. It can pacify and possess, act as an opium or an inspiration, but it's never an antidote to a society with a rotten foundation, one built on the backs of millions of slaves that have no loyalty to the empire, where they relied on military expansion to maintain the lavish lifestyle of the elites, leading them to spread their resources too thin, where those elites' greed brought brutal instability and corruption among the leadership, with those in charge being chosen on the basis of opportunism and inheritance.
I was an atheist for a long time, and I remember when the gay marriage thing came up, and I'm like, this should be...
Wait, what is the music? Can somebody tell me? I need a music check right now, okay?
And then all the religious people were like, no, this is God warned us about this. They said it in the Bible. They were like, hold up signs, pray for Jesus, Jesus. They were right. Look at the slippery slope that they were warning us about. It happened. It went too far, and it started because we started allowing gay marriage.
Religion didn't save the empire, and you scapegoating gays or Jews and falling for the distraction sure as hell won't save yours. So take your hate and shove it up your fucking ass, you piece of garbage, rotten little weasel puppet dumb.
He who
Wow,
fights
good job.
with
You guys found
monsters
it.
should see to it that he himself does not become a monster. And if you gaze long into an abyss, the abyss also gazes into you.
Who's there? Who the fuck's there? Who are you?
Great question. I guess you could call me your room wallmate. We're wallmates. I'm living inside your wall.
Yeah, I'm not... Yeah, Look, I don't give a fuck. Look, I don't care, okay? Please, just pay me rent.
Oh, yeah, I see. You don't even care about getting to know me, eh? You just want my money. It's all about money and status for you, isn't it?
Read the room, bro. I don't want to deal with you.
Really, dude? You think I'm the problem? I've been living in your walls peacefully, minding my own business for 4 months. You're the one that's been rambling for 40 minutes straight about some e-celeb everyone forgot about a couple months ago. Look, I can't afford rent right now, but I actually just invested in a course. And I think that if you give me a little bit of time...
Yeah, just, you know what? Forget I asked, okay?
Here, take this.
He's cute. What's his name?
His name is Hubert. Oh, by the way...
What?
All that stuff you're saying seems really negative. Like, you're using a bunch of people that you don't like on the internet to justify your anger, and then, you know, channeling that anger towards just tearing them down. It might resonate with immature, angry people who are happy that you're angry at the same person that they're angry at. But there's no way to grow when your livelihood depends on having something to hate. Maybe you should try looking inwards before you post all that angry stuff online. Seems kind of unhealthy.
You know? You might have a point.
Hey! You gonna piss or what?
There's a decent amount of people who compare Sneeko to Kanye.
Wait. Good break for a moment. Hold on, let me use the restroom 1 sec.
Applying credit. Warning. Fuel levels are low.
Ooh.
And that might be true if, you know, you take away all the good music and leave whatever's left.
There's a lot of things that I love about Hitler. A lot of things.
Yeah, they're exactly alike. You're right.
Yeah, I love him. I'm like, did he really? Am I hearing this? what were you thinking?
Well, it wasn't really surprising because those were some conversations that have been going on for the past couple weeks. So for us, it wasn't really anything new.
Now, for those who don't fully understand the concept of being a white nationalist, people like this guy, people who basically, you know, if they had their way, there'd only be one race, right? In theory, their ideas are impractical, illogical, and worst of all, cringe.
True.
Bots, all of them. Just mid-whites with nothing to do in their life, bro. Just, what are you doing?
The whole age of consent thing is really a feminist social construct. I gotta find my 16-year-old wife. Probably when I turn 30 or something. Let's say I get married to a 18-year-old. When I turn 40, she's gonna be 34. Ew. I want a 16-year-old that's untouched, pristine, uncorrupted, innocent. That's what we all want.
Masculinity is when you want to fuck kids.
Based.
But in practice, well, it's just genocide.
Have one more election where white people can make the decision. The white people got to make the right decision, and then Trump's got to get in there and never leave. That, to me, at this point, is a pathway. We need to have something like a white uprising, politically speaking.
Yeah, despite their best efforts, usually goobers like this are pretty bad at hiding their true intentions. But that doesn't stop them from just lying about their positions, okay? They'll say that they're pro-democracy or pro-free speech, yet don't fall for it.
Are we even pro-free speech?
No, of course not. But we have to use this platform in order.
So we're being radically honest here. And,
yes, radically pragmatic.
Yeah, it's very easy to be pro-free speech when you have no power. You know, it's gotten to the point where people now associate the right with freedom of speech, which is historically insane. Most of them aren't even against cancel culture today. And back in the day, they were all for silencing opposition or banning subversive material. But nowadays, honestly, just lip service is enough to fool a lot of people, including...
Damn, bro, nah, fuck this dude for saying that Haitians are low IQ, bro. Suck a dick. Come on. Bro, are there any Haitians in here? You tolerating that? What did you mean about Haitian IQ?
Oh, well, you know, Hispanics, blacks...
You're saying Haitians have the lowest, like, Hispanics and blacks have the lowest IQs?
Yeah, blacks are the lowest on average, and Hispanics next.
Wow. Racial thing, like it's an inherent thing with your race, or is it just based on the circumstances?
It's almost entirely genetic, is what the research says. Because they do twin studies. Usually a good student, but just the overall.
The average is lower. Okay.
Yeah, your dumbass self, you could be on cozy too.
Yo, what's up? This is my new friend Nick Fuentes.
How do you feel about interracial marriages?
I'm against it.
My mom's Filipino, my dad's Haitian. Okay. And Nick Fuentes is the future. Yeah.
Little lapdog Sneeko.
The problem globally is shadow banking.
And who's behind it?
Well, we talked about it, Sneeko. A lot of Jews. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but it's true.
Get on your knees and bark.
But I also think, listen, if you want to shit on Jews,
I know how you guys feel about that, but it's true.
Fine, go for it, okay? But you can't do this after cucking out so hard to Muslims. It's so cringe. It's so cringe. Like, you either got to go after all of them or none of them, or at least like be willing to go after all of them. You don't have to insult every religion, but be willing to. You can't cuck out so hard on one and then go so hard on the other. Cringe.
Get on your knees and bark, boy.
I did.
Before this goes viral, I know this is going to look bad on Nick Fuentes. You can see him throwing a Sprite in the In-N-Out, but...
It's really incredible the lengths this guy would go to serve a fucking dude who thinks he's genetically inferior.
True.
Just no shame.
I mean, the thing about Hitler is he was an extremely competent leader.
Yeah, he lost the war, bro.
How does it matter what Hitler's perspective is? He was evil, right?
I don't know if he was evil. I haven't met the guy.
He fucking killed over 6 million fucking Jews.
But you can look past that and you can look at the good that they have done and you can look at how they push for freedom. I think that you have the potential to be the future president of the United States. Genuinely.
Man, Sneeko really likes this guy.
And you kind of have this like 50s James Dean, like they're drinking Coca-Cola, burger, milkshake, like, and the ice rink that he's at, it's all white people. And I'm like, that's the America that Nick wants.
Is it getting hot in here?
We're in a holy war, and I will tell you this. We will make them die in the holy war. The enemies of Christ have no future in this world. Thank you. God bless you. Good night.
Oh my
Nicholas
God.
J. Fuentes is going to be the future president of the United States.
I know that they're trying to make this look scary, but I just can't stop laughing. This guy is such a simp. Look, if there's one thing that I've learned over my many years on the internet now, it's that anti-Semitism, in the way that it usually manifests, is just anti-capitalism for the dumbest people on the planet. Your life's shitty, you're broke, you hate the elite, you hate the wealthy, you hate banks. But you don't want to hate capitalism, that's not cool. But hating Jews, that's easy. That's cool. Instead of targeting your rage at the underlying system, you look for some big other to just feel a conspiracy against. I mean, even Nietzsche, who, got co-opted by, pointed out that anti-Semitism is just baked in with slave morality, okay? A lot of fucking resentment at play when you have opinions like that, as useless as that. Because the Jews are the entire problem. Well, how do you solve that problem? And despite all of that, the system will be completely unfazed. Nothing will change. A lot of rich people also love these narratives because it allows them to look subversive, red-pilled, without actually jeopardizing their position as the dominant class. Any politics based on the inferiority or superiority of race only acts as a veil to protect the people in charge from having too many questions pointed toward them, okay? It's a lot easier to blame some fucking ethnicity, some vague concept of a type of person for any problems facing society than it is to look directly in the fucking eyes of those who control it and challenge the underlying structures that are perpetuating those problems. There's plenty of examples of this throughout history, okay? Scapegoating people of a certain race is a very useful tactic for politicians whose constituents are very genuinely disenfranchised. Don't fucking fall for it.
Wow. Wait, are you a cat or a dog person?
Dog.
Yeah, of course you are.
Hate
Why? Because
cats.
cats are for pussies? Be honest.
Cats are feminine. Hate
Okay,
cats.
Shadow?
I want to eat your cat, bro, on some Asian shit. Let me eat your cat.
It's okay, Shadow. You're safe with me.
I was gonna eat his cat. I meant I want to literally cook his cat and eat it. I want to use it for calories. I should have said that. God damn it.
Arrogance, the potential put to waste, to be both martyr and maker of your own annihilation. Yes, when you're diagnosed with, poor woman, with a dire dose of...
What you really need, Chad Chad, is some... Yeah, shut up.
I thought surely you'd have the brains not to advertise that scandalous prescription. Oops.
You need that.
When you danced with the lying little louses, big brave ideas.
Who's behind it? A lot of Jews.
I thought certainly you aren't dense enough to broadcast that betrothal.
He doesn't seem racist at all.
And yet, time and time again, with each and every day that passed, blinded by the polished rubbish praised upon you, your fat head filled with foul fumes, inflated until the stink spread to the nostrils of some miserly muppet who came and popped your pathetic little parlay.
Today I want to briefly talk about the content creator Sneeko and ask YouTube to ban him from the platform. Sneeko has grossly violated YouTube's terms of service and qualifies for removal.
Did he have that under there? Warning graphic depictions of sexual assault because of Sneeko's doing the on-screen shit.
From the website.
You know what they say about the gambler who doesn't know when to quit?
I made more money in the last 2 months than I made in the past 2 years. You need to get smacked in Minecraft. Like just one. That's the mark of a bot. There's a war going on masculinity. They want you to be weak. They don't want you to hear this. I'm on everybody's TikTok For You page and my face is everywhere. They will try to silence you if you say this.
Want to get to the truth.
I just want to bully this guy. Like,
greed and grandiosity. Those were your gods. Any semblance of truth was certainly an afterthought.
People will follow the truth. I'm one of the most honest people I know.
Truth will always prevail.
So honest, I think that's why they had to ban me on YouTube.
And now, where are you? Alone in your castle.
This is the first year I'm not going home for Christmas. Blue hair, woke family, they don't fuck with my politics at all. Been like uninvited for Christmas. Soy boy, hope you get banned. Little manlet, I would beat the fuck out of you. You're watching my stream? Chat, say it. Bot, you are an NPC creator.
Atop your throne of lies.
Everyone starts to be sexually liberated. That is the destruction of a society. And it's what happened in Rome when they started doing all the same-sex stuff.
I mean, the thing about Hitler is he was an extremely competent leader.
You have to call him horrible because of the Holocaust, but you can't look at how he brought Germany back together. It was evil, right? I'm not going to partake in this group thing.
Performing like a monkey.
So he started dancing around with a gun and threatening to come shoot me.
What? Why is your finger on the trigger, man? You want to watch my clips? Watch my clips.
But the one thing we fixate on is the 6 million Jews. It has a lot more to do with the Jews than it has to do with Hitler.
Yay, 24 in the chat.
In the company of a bunch of bloody degenerates.
Why is it that on Rumble, or maybe just my stream, it's just straight up Nazi autism for the whole time? Congratulations on everything.
Thank you.
I am very proud of this man here. Trump is telling yay. I'm really impressed with Nick. If a woman gets beat, bro, W spam the whole chat.
Chat, me and you, we get in the cage. Who's winning in a fight?
If someone says Whitler for 1 second, ironically, like the whole chat goes crazy. 99999! What is wrong with you guys?
You've made your bed, boy. Now lie in it.
Jesus. Shadow. Had a girl. Now, I might be a bit warped, okay, a bit twisted, because for me, if I know that somebody is not saying something that they...
I'm behind on the stream, but Sneeko's cat argument makes no sense. Dogs are literally the most submissive animals. Well, if you let your cat outside, it will go full primal mode and hunt. Are cats really more feminine? I mean, in a way, it's kind of funny. The cat versus dog thing is like the absolute and total encapsulation of all of the red pill masculinity, right? It's like the worshipping of something that looks strong and effective and isn't at all. I mean, isn't that kind of...
actually believe they're intending it as a joke, or they're just, you know, fucking around, then I just won't really care. I won't take it very seriously. You can blame those boys for doing that to me, okay? They practically raised me. So when Sneeko says seek truth through funny,
You have to seek truth through funny. That's my motto. I think anybody who's funny or who's entertaining, they understand the truth, because you can't laugh at things that are false.
and he's just giving like all these unironically fucking brutal pieces of advice
takes, opinions, whatever. You can just say anything and it can be written off as a joke. No, that's not, in my mind, how it works. All right? You can say your opinion in a funny way. I'm still gonna judge the fucking opinion.
Bro, pit bulls literally rip people apart. Show me a cat doing that. Bro, if you let a pit bull outside, it'll get ran over by a car in like 2 weeks. If you let cats outside, they cause extinction level events on species in any city that they are fucking roaming around in. It's not even close.
Because at that point, it's actually kind of an argument you're making. You're trying to sway people. You're trying to influence them. And that takes it beyond a joke. Not beyond comedy, though.
Like, people say don't let your dogs outside because it's bad for the dog, okay? People say don't let cats outside because it's bad for the universe, right? It's totally different.
That's probably a crucial component of comedy. For me personally, one of the most interesting parts of edgy humor is the transgression. It can be a way to challenge or test power because, hey, you might elicit a reaction. You might get punished. It's a way to test the line. That's why you probably notice that when untalented people get banned, they start saying and doing some of the most outrageous shit possible. It's because there's no longer an edge. They've already fallen off the cliff. And once you've fallen into the abyss, the only way to get people to come and look down at you is to scream at the top of your lungs.
I think transgenders should die in the Holy War. I think they're a fucking virus of society, dude. What if it was
Did Leafy make a comeback at all, or did he just like come and go and it's completely gone? I feel like Leafy was like trying to make a comeback for all of like 1 month on Rumble, and then is he just gone forever? Did he disappear?
It's a joke. What if I jokingly say that I think that I want to fucking bash someone with a baseball bat over the head?
And if I'm being completely honest, I think it's pathetic.
Bro, do you think I'm writing the line pretty closely with Rumble? You think I'm gonna get banned or anything like that?
Well, I think when you say we should, when you say something like that, it's hard to justify as a joke.
What do you mean? Joe Biden put up a transgender flag in the White House, bro.
Edgy humor is most interesting because of the rules, not in spite of them.
What do you do when there's a virus in your system, bro? You kill it, you remove it. Chemotherapy, bro. Chemotherapy, bro.
Okay. But you said like we should delete transgenders. Because I saw what happened after January 6th. Is this the right war to fight?
Against gay people? Yes. They got me banned and I fucking hate them for it. That's the truth, bro. I don't like them.
Kill
That's a joke, though. That was just a joke. Obviously, I'm not talking about we should chemotherapy, transgenders, bro.
The way I see it, people like Leafy, they're the embodiment of what happens when you allow resentment to control your life. And if there's any lesson to be learned, it's that holding on to bitterness will always bring you closer to beast than beauty. Yeah, so the second that Sneeko started getting popular for jumping on the Tate wave, the opportunists started circling like vultures. And some of the smartest guys that you'll see in these red pill spaces are the finance bros. Oh god, not because they're geniuses or anything, more so because they're very good.
The worst thing crypto ever did to the planet was imbuing a whole bunch of stupid 20-something-year-old fucking moronic white men with this false knowledge of finance. Holy shit, kill me. God, I'm so glad these people have come and gone for the most part.
But they're capitalizing on attention.
Meet Luke Belmar, the real-life Neo.
Chat, this is Luke. This is the real-life Neo. This man is Neo. I'm serious.
He managed to escape the Matrix by selling $16 million in sanitation products at the start of the pandemic.
It's like, okay, let me redesign sanitation and house cleaning products for pets.
Then, parlaying that into the crypto market before it boomed.
You're a worthless piece of shit. That is the truth. You are a substanceless, worthless piece of shit.
When I first talked to Luke, he was calling me a peasant to my face, and I'm like, you're right. Brokey, like he's looking at me, yeah, you're broke. I'm like, yeah, so let me listen up. This isn't for money, it's to wake people up and trying to help other people. That's his genuine intention. It's good intentions.
Now, out of the kindness of his heart,
and the course he's trying to sell,
he's gonna teach you to escape the Matrix too.
You wanna become a millionaire, you have to become a millionaire. Like, I don't know how to explain it more fucking easy than that.
You don't know what you don't know. So the goal is to know so that you can know. The more that you know, the better off you'll be.
And the information in school is, it's a waste of time.
Oh.
It's a waste of time. That's the information that you should be receiving.
School's a waste of time. I heard something about crypto.
Yeah, crypto's extremely important. So I 40x my net worth all through crypto. All that I did was have the right information before the peasants. And when the peasants got excited about it, I left.
Chat, this is Luke. This is the real life Neo. This guy is one of the smartest guys I've met.
I called Sneeko about it yesterday. I was like, dude, you have like such a cool responsibility for a lot of these kids. They don't have role models. Like the world's fucked. We can all agree on that.
One thing you told me in Puerto Rico is that I need to start dressing better. I need to buy more expensive shirts. You said I dress like a scrum.
Because your shorts have holes in them. I was like, bro, like why do you have holes in your short?
Oh man, you can't have holes in your clothes and escape the Matrix?
If you want to escape the Matrix, you have to buy the Matrix's most expensive cars, the Matrix's most expensive clothing, all the things the Matrix tells you is cool. That's what you need to get if you really want to escape the Matrix.
Commitment. Broke people have commitments, bro.
With his knowledge, he's making the world a better place.
You create the problem, and you create the solution, and you make it very easy to solve the problem.
And you make it difficult for everybody else to solve the problem.
Exactly.
And you say that everybody else is discredited to solve the problem, except you.
Just listen to his satisfied customers.
I was shredding the slopes here in Zermatt. You know, I'm paired up with this random kid, 16-year-old, worked his ass off to be in a situation where he could get a nice college scholarship. Young man, what do you want to study? Well, I want to study engineering. Excuse me? Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be studying engineering. I'm going to be able to make ends meet. I'm going to have a really good paying job. I said, let me ask you a question.
Wait, this guy didn't try to talk the kid out of becoming an engineer, right?
By the time you graduate, will artificial intelligence replace your newfound skill set? Because when it comes to mathematics, precision, numbers, artificial intelligence is a lot more powerful than any human alive. Will you be consumed by artificial intelligence? Live with this bullshit idea that college and university will be worth it? Or understand where the world is going 20 years from now? You need to be building companies of the future. You need to be doing things of tomorrow.
You made your money drop shipping products for a pandemic you didn't even think was real, bro.
My girl, she used to be a doctor. Now I told her to quit because it was a waste of time.
Being a doctor is a waste of time.
Also, no shot was he dating someone who was a doctor and got them to quit for his drop shipping crypto scam rug pulls.
Because Doctor Nation, right? Playing on words right there.
Being an engineer is a waste of time.
Whether you're white, you're Asian, you're Filipino, you're Norwegian, doesn't matter. What matters is the value that you provide to society.
But devoting your life to crypto and maximizing your wealth.
I don't want to work, dude. I'll live under a bridge before I work.
That's useful.
I gotta go get this guy tucked in bed. That's gay. Never mind. I'm not tucking him in bed.
These guys program Sneeko. Sneeko programs you.
I want you to think about the last 2 years of your life and now evaluate where you are today. If things have not changed, it is completely your fault. And I'm not talking, ladies and gentlemen, about a micro change. I'm not talking about, oh, I got 2 new friends that make money. Oh, I got a couple more dollars. No. The last 2 years, ladies and gentlemen, tens of trillions of dollars were printed out of thin air. How much did you take home? If the answer is 0 or under 10 million, at least. Oh, 10 million. That's because you're a fucking peasant.
I'll be teaching you guys how to master sexual transmutation
on a different live stream.
Meet Iman Ghazi, the early 20s millionaire who escaped the Matrix by, having an ad agency that he closed down and now makes most of his money selling courses on how to run an ad agency? Yeah.
This is a guy that's like probably 20 times my net worth. And not just a guy who got lucky on crypto, a guy who put in the work. Iman, what do you...
I did get lucky on crypto.
I am the biggest fan of cryptocurrency. I invested $1 million into crypto in early December of 2020, rode that portfolio up to almost $7 million.
Most of your net worth is from your boring businesses, as you say.
Yeah, e-learning, advertising agency.
Not just a bunch of internet scams.
Now, out of the kindness of his heart,
in the course he's trying to sell,
he's gonna teach you how to prepare for the upcoming economic collapse.
You need to get rich, and you need to get rich quick. The Puppet Masters are about to have you right where they want you. There's a top secret undeclared war going behind the scenes.
Jesus
right
Christ.
now. Forget your property rights, forget your future, forget your liberty. You'll be nothing but a slave to the system. They said it themselves. You will own nothing.
Oh my god, this stupid
so
fucking...
You spent the last 2 years building in order to have financial freedom, location freedoms. But if you haven't done that yet, well, there's actually still one last light at the end of the tunnel.
My course.
So,
yeah, it's his course, obviously. And while, yeah, sure, these finance bros, they're all technically different from each other, but they all share a kind of similar formula, okay? It's pretty simple. Step one is to point out all the symptoms caused by having a government run by corporations.
80% of Americans are in debt. They live paycheck to paycheck and depend on the income from next month to pay this month's bills. And the thing is, the way debt is set up is literally for you not to be able to pay it. The max yearly interest rate that could be charged was 3%. Today, we have credit card interests ranging anywhere from 15 to 25%.
Wealthy people started buying up lots and lots and lots of assets. Assets like houses. So for the normal person, right now we're facing rampant inflation. How much it costs for your groceries, really just the cost of living.
Step two is to advertise themselves as people who are above these symptoms.
When I had one of my UK bank accounts closed, I mean, yeah, sure, almost £1 million, it sucks, but I've prepared for years that if something like that happens, I still sleep easy at night.
But every day I have 20 grand on me. I drip 20 grand. I've been to 40 countries. I've been around the world. I speak 3 languages.
And step 3 is to tell them that the best way to combat an individualistic, greedy, corporate-run society is to be the most individualistic, greedy motherfucker around.
But here's the thing, in order to buy assets, you need cash flow.
And those that take advantage of it will experience the climb in social hierarchy like never before.
The social hierarchy climb too.
In a society run by money, you gotta be running the fastest.
I'm speaking to you guys because I truly care.
So I want you to know that I'm watching from afar as a big brother of sorts.
So when this 22-year-old self-made millionaire extraordinaire started talking about the puppet masters who want to keep you weak, broke, feminine, whatever, he made sure to say,
there's a big chance that I get all of my accounts taken down for talking about stuff like this, the millions and millions of dollars that I put on the line because I talk about the stuff that other people are so afraid to address. No matter how many bank accounts I have to go through in order to get this message to you, I don't care.
When really he was just regurgitating some lukewarm buzzwords to attract the red pill crowd and get them to buy his $1,000 course.
Woke celebrities, cancellation, you're a peasant, slavery. You're basically they're slave to the system. Revolution. I need to wake you up.
However, believe it or not, his video actually did get taken down.
Uh-oh.
But not by the puppet masters. By himself. He took it down. And then he claimed that YouTube was censoring him, apparently not knowing that YouTube literally states when you private your own video.
Ladies and gentlemen, I f***ed up. And I'm sorry. Because I tried to perception manage. The plan from the beginning was always to delete these videos, but then I decided to lean into the narrative that they were deleted. And I'll put on screen the Instagram stories that I put out to sort of insinuate this. I truly am sorry. I became no better than the puppet masters I was warning you about.
Crazy how it seems to work out that way for literally every single one of these guys.
This is the genius you're supposed to buy a $1,000 course from, by the way. So, he lied to his young audience in order to promote a rip-off course. And Sneeko, being the useful idiot that he is, immediately ran to his defense.
Genius marketing. This is just what it is. Get over yourself. Dumb losers like this are just so stupid for the fact that you just figured out how to market for the first time. He apologized because they didn't actually do the video, he just did it himself. Okay, move on. Nah, Iman definitely a fraud. Taking a look at his company filings, you can see his company never earned the money he claims. He is lying to sell courses, which is where his main revenue comes from. This is everybody. Like, you think Trump is really a billionaire? No, probably not. Fake! Yeah, dumbass. Capitalism. That's life. That's business. You're just first realizing how money is made. Money's already printed, you gotta take it. He's helping people out so that they don't get scammed by Iman. Broke people. You're broke.
And you might be wondering, why was Sneeko so eager to defend this guy? And
remember, this is like the all roads lead to Rome fallacy, which I'm still not sure is actually a fallacy or not, but it's like, if he's successful and smart and amazing, then obviously it's because he's amazing and successful and smart. But if he's a scammer, well, he was so smart that he made you think that he was successful and smart and amazing, and he scammed you into thinking it. So he's also successful and smart and amazing because he wasn't, and he lied about it. And it's like, literally no matter what, it's always like, it always works out in their favor. You know, crazy how that works.
The answer is one word.
Dubai.
Dubai's lit.
Why did you choose Dubai?
Look, at the end of the day, for me, I think Dubai, to live, it's the best place on earth. You can be in Dubai like 3-4 months a year.
That's all you need to pay 0% tax?
Yeah. I can leave a $500,000 watch on the daybed at a beach club when I go in the water because I don't want to go in with my watch.
Right.
I come back, I have no doubts that it's
There's no brokies in Dubai.
No, there's a lot of brokies.
Really? Oh, there's just staff.
Yeah, there's a lot of brokies, but obviously they have their passports. In Dubai, like, if someone works for you, you take away their passport.
BBs, come to Dubai.
Dubai's great. I've been hyping it a lot on my live stream, talking about how the West is dead, the degeneracy.
Yeah, Dubai, a place famously known for having no degeneracy.
The wokeness will destroy you. It eats away at your soul. And this is a place, it's like a utopia away from it all.
This is what being out.
This is also like so cringe. Like, bro, go visit some real ass Muslim places, not just Mecca and not just fucking Dubai. Like, go to some hardcore places. It's so cringe. Like the internet Muslims that go and visit the wealthiest, richest, most tourist friendly places on earth.
Of touch looks like, okay, for those unfamiliar, you hang out with millionaires for 1 week and suddenly you're equating wokeness with poverty.
What's some weird shit in Dubai? I've heard that they be pooping on the girls there.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. You want me to lie? Like,
yeah, when the rich elites are partaking in actual degeneracy, well, that's just partying. But when brokies are partying, well, that's degeneracy. Why do you think that these millionaires who sell courses flew out Sneeko and other men's self-help guys to their private beaches and big mansions? Gave them gifts and experiences only money can buy.
Did you all know this was happening?
I had no idea. I had no idea.
Why you think the cameras? Oh, yeah, you're left.
These finance bros know that good faith and promotion can be purchased, and that this red pill wave attracted a lot of dumb money, mainly from ambitious, naive kids, but also just people who wanted to improve themselves. This guy got exposed for deceiving his own audience, an audience that has a lot of crossover with Sneekos, and
That's life. That's business.
he couldn't care less. Okay, he doesn't want to risk losing his Dubai hookup. So what makes him think that he'd be any less corrupt than the wealthy elites that he always goes on about?
What they should be angry at is the elites, bro. The government, the powerful people.
If anything, he'd be way worse. I mean, he frames it as wanting to, network or learn from all these rich guys, but from what I can tell, there's only one lesson that he's learned from these sleazy pricks.
Meet Sneeko, the 100,000-aire who escaped the Matrix by sucking cock. Oh, wait a minute.
It's time to stop scrolling and start monetizing.
The Creativity Kit.
Welcome to the Creativity Kit.
What a beautiful name for a course that literally just teaches you how to clip chimp.
We're going to teach you everything you need to know to make money online.
And be as generic, as standardized as humanly possible.
We're going to obviously watch the video and we're going to give a breakdown as we go along.
What do you do? What's your life? What is this? What's going on?
This was perfect. There's a part of the reason it got 15 million. Confused, aggressive, feminist-looking type of asking question-y woman. She gives off that vibe a lot.
Like, they actually do know how it works. If you want to get views and get clout really fucking fast, you just focus on outrage.
To get your perspective.
But no. What does that benefit for you?
There you go. She's always asking. This one was great. She was great. If you're watching this, you're a bit of a bitch, but you're great. You know what I mean? So
just shit on, like, bitchy-looking women. Or, like, trans people doing, outrage. Just shit.
Answer question. Answer. She's giving a big feminist type of vibe. So it's that controversy, like I said in the previous episodes, is always good.
Now, the important thing to keep in mind is, easy come, easy go. You make content as cheap and cookie cutter as this, your relevancy will entirely depend on your output. Because, that shit's a dime a dozen, bro. It's a good grift, I guess, apparently, but it's cheap. It ain't quality. This guy's entire brand, his mission statement, basically, as a creative, is quality over quantity. I mean, even his clothing brand is just called
Quality. Quality merch just dropped. Quality.com.
I mean, yeah, it's ironic because the designs are kind of dog shit.
Thank you for your money, merch drop. Thank you for your bread. Let's get this bread. Let's get this bread. I love the message of this collection, man. People have this weird idea about money and about selling out, and they're like, well, you can't. Well, no, this is an acceptance of it.
Like, I'm convinced that I could probably make better merch in like 3 days. Well, you might not be able to kill an idea. You sure as hell can kill a person. that face? Sounds kind of cool, to be honest. I think I'm gonna make that my first merch line.
It's been such a long time coming.
I'm out of you guys, so we're not gonna have time to finish this.
Bye-bye.
Okay, going back to the course for a second, probably my biggest complaint is that for about 30 minutes, this notification is going off.
Today, for example, I hit 200,000 subscribers.
Non-stop.
Ignore distractions and stay focused. The bigger picture is creating art, inspiring people, spreading truth. I don't take advice from people less successful than me. I love every single part of it. Simple comfort food. Something you want. Yeah, I like to watch them. Do not get complacent.
I mean, aside from being annoying as hell, it just kind of makes it obvious that there wasn't a ton of effort being put in here.
How do I edit TikToks? Literal arts. Just YouTube it. Do a quick Google search.
Wait, you're not gonna teach me that?
In this course, we're gonna teach you everything you need to know to make money online, finding clients, how the algorithm works, how to edit properly. All information in human history is right here. You don't need school. You don't need a book. You can search up and find out and learn anything right now. Welcome to the Creativity Kit. Haters are always gonna hate. You cannot listen to them. Why is this problematic guy here? Drop your ego. You can't start trying to create art online.
Sorry, somebody said, did Sneeko say something? I don't know, he texted me earlier, and I replied with a sad, crying emoji face. And now apparently he's subtweeting me, so I don't know. Hold on, let me get a napkin, 1 second. Also, I have a show I'm doing in like 4 minutes. He mad. What's he tweeting? White liberals are a cancer to society. Damn. What a brave tweet. You're getting paid to react to this video? Actually, yes. The weird thing is I'm not even getting paid by the guy who made it. It was actually, I think, Abba and Preach. They both reached out to me and they said they'd give me $1,000 if I would just show this guy's video on stream, which is super weird. I don't know why they would reach out to me, but...
To try to gain followers or try to flex on other people. I miss the old Sneeko. You fell off. What happened to you? They don't know what they're talking about. Haters gonna hate. Ignore.
Delusion. They live in delusion.
They also promote you to do some affiliate marketing for them.
Chat, by the way, you should clip this up. This is gonna definitely go viral on TikTok. And if you want to learn how to do it, Creator Kit just dropped. Bro, people are telling me not to tell you this, but I'm gonna tell you anyway because you want to make money as a teen. If you want free clout, clip up the stream and make a bag on TikTok, bro. I'm putting you on a free game. I'm not even gonna make money off that.
This is how a lot of these guys were blowing up, okay? People would be posting clips of them non-stop for free in the hopes that somebody would buy their course and they'd get a commission.
If you can complain about a multi-level marketing scheme, then don't use my affiliate link. Don't sign up for the Creativity Kit, even though there's a lot of value on that.
The rest is basically teaching you how to make money from giveaways.
Do a giveaway, all these iPhones, iPads, this, that, PS5, everything.
Drop shipping.
Shopify, drop shipping. It might look simple, it might look really easy to do. And that's because it is.
And farming social media.
You can buy like a page, like a meme page or anything like that. grow the page, and then sell it on for more. The more followers it has, the more valuable it is.
Who cares?
You can probably watch a video about all that stuff.
Hey, I mean, even Sneeko says the real value lies in his Discord, right?
I go on Discord to network with people. What's really important about making money is being surrounded by.
All right, we're going to pause it here. We'll finish the rest of this tomorrow. I'm doing an amazingly awesome show about something that I'm sure won't be cancer with Alex soon. Stay fucking mad. I gotta wash my hands and brush my teeth. I'll be back 1 sec. Live? Yeah, it was just streamed. I'll be back 1 sec.
Airlock depressurizing. Salvage secured. Account credit applied. Salvage accepted. Credit applied. Salvage secured. Applying credit.
Oh, please let it be red pill. Yes, I'm so fucking hyped for this.
Boom. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Well, actually, all gentlemen.
Yeah.
Oh, let me see. I can't hear anything. All right, there we go. How you guys doing?
Doing well, thank you.
I miss all of you. I miss all of you.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't believe you. You have a great life.
You the most, so Matt.
On the okay, I'm gonna organize it like this. Okay, so let's do a quick audio test before we go live. Michael, say something.
Oh, hey, hello, hello, hello. Test, test, test. Thanks a lot.
Oh shit. Thanks.
Listen, if I'm gonna spend money on anything, it might as well be food, right?
Go see off the bat. That's
got
actually
money
him
like
being a
that.
big
Damn. Shout out to Destiny.
All right, guys, we are live. So we got a pretty epic debate panel for you today. And what's cool about this one is that pretty much everyone on here is pretty logical and reasonable and smart. So I don't think there's going to be any crazy shouting, but you never know what's going to happen. So on the left, we got Michael Sartain. He's been on this channel a bazillion times. No intro necessary. Corey, you have been here on here only once. So why don't you give a little quick intro, who you are and what do you do?
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me on. Super appreciate it. I'm Corey Campbell. I'm a biochemist. I'm a natural scientist. You can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84, Twitter, X, Instagram, YouTube. It's Corey Campbell. Yeah, thanks so much.
For sure. And so you are a PhD student or?
A PhD candidate, correct.
Okay, awesome. Destiny's been on here a million times, requires no introduction. He's fresh off the battlefield of debating Norman Finkelstein. We're all looking forward to watching the debate drop. It's going to be quite exciting. And Homath, you've been on here a few times, so why don't you give a quick intro as well?
How do I introduce myself? I went to school. I have ability to communicate things to people that they appreciate quite a bit. I have taken off pretty quickly in the last year. I make charts that explain things to people in ways that are easy for them to understand, and they like it. That's what I do.
Yeah, you could change your name to Whole Chart. I think it'll be a little bit more appropriate.
I could. I have to figure something out, yeah.
Yeah. All right, guys. So the topic of here is going to be Evo Psych. We're going to be discussing how evolutionary psychology specifically relates to dating and relationships and gender dynamics and stuff like that. Now, as far as I understand, Michael Sartain and Homath are gender. Well, actually, I'm not going to even try to sum up anyone's position.
I think Homath, you specialize. You went to a graduate school for developmental psychology, not evolutionary psychology.
That's right.
Yeah.
So I think the good way to do it will be, I'll start off, Michael, if you don't mind going first. I'll start off with you. I'll give you a chance to, I guess, kind of explain your opening statement about how you feel about Evo Psych as it relates to dating and dynamics. Just kind of outline your general philosophy on the table in like less than 2 minutes. And then I think we'll go to Corey, and then we'll go to Homath, and then we'll go to Destiny. So we'll kind of keep alternating order. So this way you guys can address what other person saying in your opening statements if you want. After that, it'll just be open panel. I'm not really going to participate much. In fact, my mom's going to be watching this from the background. She might stop by and say hi. So yeah, we're looking forward to this. And yeah, you guys won't hear from me much unless, of course, someone is being interrupted so much they can't get a word in, or I feel like I can ask an important question that moves the conversation forward. But once again, the topic is Evo Psych as it relates to dating and relationships. All right, Michael, kick it off.
Yeah, so in the 1880s, Charles Darwin comes up with the idea of natural selection, and for the next 150 some odd years, the belief is that natural selection applies to animals and it applies to humans when it comes to their hands and their fingers and their feet. But the concept of natural selection applying to the brain did not come about probably until sociobiology and evolutionary psychology in the 1970s. And so the concept of evolutionary psychology is basically that almost all the proclivities that we have come from some adaptation that we needed in our ancestral past in order to survive. It doesn't make them right or wrong. It's not normative, it's just descriptive. And so in that we do that, we have those descriptions. Then what we can do is we can run tests, like for instance on like hip to waist ratio, or whether or not men or women are more interested in casual sex, or how people cherish virginity, stuff like that. And what we can do is run them over several different cultures, and we can select for or control for which one of these things are environmental and which one of these things are genetic, and then we can sort of see from that, hey, women tend to like men who are taller than them, or like men who have more status, or whatever. We can do studies on this. Now, once that happens, is what's the practical application of it? For me, the number one most practical application, or the number two, is number 1 and 2 is Sexy Son's hypothesis and mate choice copying, which is the concept that if women like a man, then more women will like that man. We see that in several different species. And so that's one of the things, a great way for a man to be able to generate attraction is for other women to see that women are attracted to him. And that's a concept that's displayed. It's something I knew before I studied evolutionary psychology, but evolutionary psychology sort of gives it a name, and you can actually see studies on it. Then furthermore, why do people cheat? That's another thing that we can go over from evolutionary psychology. So what are the reasons why that would happen? That'd be an interesting thing to discuss if you were talking about dating. And then finally, like the concept of like status hierarchies and how those affect people. And throughout history, we've seen that the men who had more status had more access to scarce resources, and they had more access to sexual, they had more access to fertility, more access to women. And then the last one is, this is just my personal belief. This is my opinion. I believe the apex for the human existence is either to have a family or to accomplish goals with other people. And in doing so, the men who were able to do that, those are the ones that had higher status. That's why we watch the Super Bowl, the World Cup. That's why, people play soldier. That's why we do those kind of things. So in doing that, those men also have higher status, the ones that are able to accomplish goals of building a building or starting a company and things like that. So these are all concepts from evolutionary psychology, status, pre-selection, etc., that lead that correlate into dating.
All right, cool. Corey, you're up.
Well, first of all, I do need to be pedantic because I'm a biologist. Charles Darwin came up with evolution in the 1850s, not the 1880s.
Yeah, I'm sorry, it's 1859. I'm sorry, you're right. The origin of species is 1859 on the fifth expedition.
Sorry about that, but yeah, I feel like I need to correct the record.
You know what it is? It's the what's his name? Isaac Newton's Principia was written in 1689, and I got the numbers mixed up.
It's all good. Let's just let Corey get through. Go ahead.
Oh, that's okay. But yeah, so I think evolutionary psychology certainly has value as a field. I'm not an expert in evolutionary psychology, but I've read a lot of the research, and I think it suffers from a lot of the same issues that a lot of these social sciences suffer from in terms of replication and a lot of sort of post hoc rationalization or trying to, fit a square peg through a round hole of like they seem to, I would say, rely on, mediocre or shoddy evidence. And they have a hard time sort of explaining certain things. Let's say I would be curious to know evolutionary psychology's full explanation on, let's say, adoption and that behavior, or abortion, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. We can get into that.
Kin selection. Yeah.
Wait, Michael, this is the opening statement part.
Sorry, my bad. I'm sorry.
You're good. That's it. Okay. Let's go to home math.
So coming into evolutionary psychology from developmental psychology perspective, the way that I'm looking at it is through what is a phenomenological point of view. So the way that I process all of my evolutionary psychology discussions, since I haven't studied it, I just read it in my spare time, is what I do for people in my making charts and explaining things, and in my life coaching, is I focus on the interiority, on the perspective of the person that I'm working with, or the person that I'm talking about. When I make a video of somebody, I'm thinking about what that person is experiencing. I'm using, I guess, empathy in order to do that. The way that I connect that to evolutionary psychology is I have to imagine how these feelings arose in us over time, and how we, through the process of evolution, learned to be the way that we are. That's the way that I come at it. I don't know if I have as much to say about evolutionary psychology itself. I'm more commenting on it from the perspective of developmental psychology, which is it unfolds in a very specific way, in a very predictable way. So it's easy to tell where it's coming from once you know the system.
All right, Destiny, you're up.
Yeah, I feel like people that lean in heavily into Evo Psych seem to hate literally every other soft science, and I think Evo Psych is probably one of the softest. I feel like if I was looking for any sort of average human behavior across huge populations, you'd look at either polling data or you would look at like individual studies, but I don't know if I would have subscribed to like these widespread narratives that some people try to give to why men or women date or act in the ways that they do, because I feel like you're too prone to getting lost down a certain narrative pit pitfall, and then once you're stuck in that particular pitfall, it becomes really hard for you to accept or consider new data that might go contrary to the narrative that you sort of bought into. So, I mean, I think that any scientific field is as good as the literature that it produces, and you would go by whatever particular studies you see, but I'd be really hesitant to subscribe to some all-knowing or overarching theory that is supposed to be explanatory of all human, social or sexual or whatever type of behavior.
All right, awesome. So let's get into the open panel portion. So yeah, have at it, guys. Anyone who wants to kick it off first, feel free.
Yeah, absolutely. So first off, dual mating strategy and mate switching strategy. So there have been, when new evidence is presented, evolutionary psychologists do change their findings, number one. Number two, Corey, it is the most rigorously studied. Like their level for rigor in their studies are actually higher than other science. I'll give you an example. For instance, the 0.68 to 0.72 hip to waist ratio, not only is that replicated in several different cultures that have nothing to do with each other, they actually go back in time and they found that that hip to waist ratio is preferred by men up to 3,000 years ago. And not only do they do that, bro, not only do they do that, they actually have blind men and they use haptics for blind men to describe which hip to waist ratio they like the best, and it's still 0.68 to 0.72. And when we do studies to find out what the most fertile women are, guess what hip to waist ratio they have? It's 0.68 to 0.72. So there's several different, now, could there be other reasons why? Or could it possibly be that evolution created us to where we prefer women who have the ability to be healthier, right? We prefer women that have a sign to be healthier. That's one of them. I have like 50 others if you want, but this idea that there isn't testing for this, for instance, for like abortion would be like kin selection. I want, for instance, there's several instances in nature where we find when a child, like we see this with birds sometimes, the runt of the litter, they kick it out of the nest. This is sort of the same type of situation. If I have the ability to provide for one child and I can't provide for two, that's one of the reasons why you might find abortion, okay? But another thing you might find is that what is the the highest predictability of child abuse? Do you know what it is, Corey?
Offhand, probably some history of child abuse, as in you probably abused as a child yourself.
No, having a step parent in the house. Having a step parent in the house, it is 100x more likely that you're going to suffer from child abuse. And the reason why is because, again, that's not your genetics. And so that we see this over and over again. In fact, when they look at the studies, previously, when they looked at studies of child abuse, they didn't actually write down whether or not they were step parents. Dr. David Buss does that in his book, The Murderer Next Door, and he goes over infanticide, and that's where some of this stuff comes. So here's the thing. Is it, like Destiny made the point, dude,
wait. Can I ask a quick question on that thing? That was just a very interesting stat brought up. 100 times likelihood.
100x.
So
100x.
This would be my immediate assumption. There'd be two big questions I would have. Is that one, anytime a step parent is involved, you're already like wildly skewed off of ordinary family structure, right? Because somebody's gotten divorced or broken up, or there's an adopted child or something.
If there's a 56% divorce rate, are you wildly skewed? You might be like right at the end of a standard deviation, but I don't think you're wildly skewed. I think
56% divorce rate. Well, I don't know what the divorce rate is for parents. And I'm pretty sure that baseline is considered having like a mom and a dad in the home is considered the baseline. So you'd compare from there, even if it wasn't typical, even if it wasn't like 70, 80%. But also, again, that divorce rate, I don't know if that's for parents. That's just divorce rate across all of society. I would imagine the divorce rate is probably higher for people with no kids, people with kids. Then my second question would be, because we immediately went to kin selection as the explainer there. So one of the things that I said in my intro thing was that I'd be worried that people would get too hung up on a particular narrative and it would hurt their ability to analyze what's going on. My big question would be to test and see, and I'm sure hopefully these guys have done this, if it's actual kin selection that's causing those step parents to be abusive to children. Do you see the same type of abuse in households where infants were switched at birth? Because I know that this has happened before where at a hospital an infant could get switched. Is it possible that in those families, have people tracked that to see if those children were subject to more abuse because kin selection is going on there and it's operating at like this genetic evo-psych level that people aren't even cognizant of? Or is the step-parent thing actually red herring for all of the other broken aspects of a family that likely has other parents introduced into a child's life?
That's interesting, yeah. That's interesting. Well, I don't know necessarily that, when you have step parents, is the family more broken? I guess maybe on average it would be, but no, dude, that's a great question, and I don't know the answer to that as far as like children switched at birth.
It reminds me a lot of what happens a lot in nature, as you see, like with lions in particular. I know they will kill the cubs of the previous lion after they fight them off.
And the females immediately go into estrus after they kill the cubs of the previous.
And that's been reported.
So I need to interject. How is that? So are we lions here? This is like a basic fundamentals
Corey,
of science
Corey,
in terms
Corey,
of controlling
Corey,
for variables.
Corey, yeah, Corey, we're mammals. We are mammals. So the idea from the concept of evolutionary psychology is that there's status hierarchies in other mammals. Is that right? Just because we see mammals as less intelligent than us, and they are less intelligent
I'm
than us,
curious.
it doesn't mean we can't find
would you
correlation.
would you ever take a drug that's only tested on felines? We say we share biological processes. Why not?
Okay, but you do take drugs that are tested on rodents.
I've
probably taken one this week that's been tested on rodents.
No, well, that at some point in its history and development, but I would never take a drug unless it's a life or death situation.
That's
that it's only been tested on.
What can I ask?
What's the rationale behind that?
Corey, so here's the thing. If I'm making a building block towards an argument, and you're saying, well, your step one is not enough to completely prove your argument, that does not disprove my argument. What I'm saying is we can see status hierarchies from everything from lobsters to lions to chimpanzees. That means the fact that there happen to be status hierarchies also in Homo sapiens that have a 98.5% correlation genetically to chimpanzees, that could be a piece of evidence that leads to maybe those same status hierarchies that they have there, which allow them to more sexual access, would also do the same thing for Homo sapiens.
Yeah,
it's not a catch-all.
No, yeah, but it could be. But the same thing holds true of biological processes. In terms of we share biological processes, pretty much across whatever, from humans to whatever, going back
You're
to
making
even
my point for me.
whatever. No, but
exactly my point.
No. If you let me finish, I will further elaborate on my point. This is why when we develop a drug, okay, that we can't just rely on only testing on felines, dogs, or even other primates. As in, to actually show something efficacy in humans, we have to actually test it in humans, because there are certain intricacies and there's uniqueness about humans and their biological processes that are pretty much unique to them, and that you cannot go back in history and just rely on that alone. Just as you can't rely on prairie voles for human sexuality.
We do test it on humans. We do test these guys on humans, and we do have status hierarchies in humans as well.
Yeah.
So you're right.
And I would agree that there are some elements, but they are likely not as robust. As in, so I wanted to respond to your whole robustness of like in the field, because you brought up waist to hip ratio and sort of the examples you're giving, like they go back 3,000 years. That's not necessarily an example of a field being robust or rigorous. Right,
but it is robust when there's 37 different cultures that are all tested by Dr. David Buss. The first time's in '89. They do another one with 50 different cultures. The Yanomamo Indians don't have radio, television, or film, and they don't have billboards or magazine ads. And they were just as interested in casual sex as the men were in Japan and India. Okay, what we found is that men across these different cultures, when the cultures had nothing to do with each other, they found that men were more interested in casual sex than women in all of these cultures. Women preferred men that were taller than men in all of these cultures. Women were more concerned with men's ability to procure resources in all of these cultures. If you want to say there's 50 different, you're right, I can't go get back 3,000 years and test these people. But if you want to say there's 50 different cultures, and all of them, they have nothing to do culturally. And I don't know, Corey, maybe this is the first time you've heard this, but you should look up Dr. Buss's 1989
I know
study
David
of
Buss.
37 cultures.
I haven't read all his research because it's a lot, but I'm aware of David Buss.
But the rigor by which they put and the replication by which they put to this, and when things go different, then hypotheses change. This happens all the time. It's not something that they're just stuck to. Again, the dual mating strategy was the concept that what would happen was a woman would like a man, and then she would lock down that, whatever, I'm just going to use a term placeholder here, beta man, and then she would cheat on that man with the bartender who had the really good genes, and she would do both at the same time. Well, Dr. Buss looked at the data, and it was like, wait a minute. When women cheat in a relationship, they fall in love with their affair partner 83% of the time. When men cheat, it's 29% of the time. That makes no sense. So what he came up with is a mate switching hypothesis. He changed it because the new data came in. Do you understand what I'm saying? There is exceptional rigor when it comes to this field.
That's not an example. For one researcher is not an example of rigor, and one researcher replicating their own hypothesis is not also necessarily an example of rigor.
So Corey, I got all day. We'll do the parental investment hypothesis. This is a concept that also comes from evolutionary psychology, where in a two-gender species, which gender provides more in childcare, that is the pickier of the two genders. In every single two-gender species, this holds true, including seahorses, where the men hold the children, and same thing, there's a certain type of fish where the men gestate the children or something like that, the females compete. If parental investment hypothesis, which is a concept that comes from evolutionary psychology, it is falsifiable and has never been falsified. I've got 10 more if you want. There is tons of rigor when it comes to these things. This idea that it's just like, trust me, bro, is not true. Like, this is not what Leah Cosmides or Gad Sad or David Buss or Marty Hazelton or Stephen Stewart Williams or Hector Garcia or any of these other professors that all went to Harvard, Steven Pinker, like a bunch of them went to Harvard and Yale and Princeton and Stanford. They didn't just do this and just come willy-nilly and say, well, you know, the gender roles, therefore fuck all women. That's not what evolutionary psychology came up with, right?
Well, yes. So let me just, maybe I should clarify my position as I sort of tried to maybe poorly emphasize in my opening statement. As in, I recognize that there's value in the field. I don't think it's like an invalid field. I would just say, I guess to distill, it's sort of like one-dimensional, as in you're trying to explain the entirety of all human sexuality like through this one particular lens.
I agree with you. I agree with you. That part is very ostentatious. I agree with you.
Where then I'd be curious. So if you want to expand upon, because I think I understood where you were going in terms of the altruism aspect. So like, what research would you rely upon to sort of fill in that gap of like, well, altruism explains adoption across the board in every aspect? Would you say that that is what plays out in every single aspect of adoption?
Well, if we look ancestrally, we did see where when children's parents would die, that other women in that culture,
in other tribal communities, I agree with you, and there would be certain advantages in terms of if you as the mother couldn't take care of your child, it is advantageous to allow your child for adoption. I'm asking you today, do you think that explains the entirety of what occurs adoption, let's say in the developed world? Do you think that explains and Angelina Jolie's adoption of whatever 3 children?
Right. So from her standpoint, is it altruism for those children? I mean, she chose to love those children, right? They didn't do anything for her. They didn't pay her any money. She chose out of her own heart to do so.
Well, they
right?
did.
So but the concept of altruism or reciprocity.
So show me the reciprocity.
Right, so that is the altruistic behavior. Right, so if you want to look at the proximate reciprocity, there is none. The children can't do anything for you. The ultimate reciprocity is I've done better for the world by raising children. I have 3 cats in here right now. They're rescues.
I think that's an example.
The world is better.
The post-hoc rationalization. Like, how can I argue that? I've made the world better.
So we'll do this. You finally found one where you can argue, because I haven't presented the data for you, but there's tons of data talking about why there's altruism amongst Homo sapiens. Tons of people have done research on this, including Pinker and Buss. So yeah, you're right. I don't have it in front of me. I apologize, but the idea that there is no data, or it's like, trust me, bro, that's just not.
No.
Here's the thing. Go ahead. I was just going to say this. When it comes to evolutionary psychology, I love behavioral psychology. I've learned so much more about it. I'm learning more about developmental psychology after watching Home App. I love this whole idea. I'm not just of this idea that there's just one explanation for everything. But what I found is that whenever I talk to highly politically conservative people, which I'm not saying you guys are, they tend to not like evolutionary psychology because they're like, fuck evolution. They don't like that. And when I talk to highly progressive people or like feminists, they don't like evolutionary psychology because it shows innate sex differences between men and women. So they don't fucking like evolutionary psychology. And when I talk to postmodernists, they don't like the idea of an ultimate truth. So they don't like evolutionary psychology. So here we have this rigorous study that's just being pinned in from all sides politically. And then it takes fucking, 10 years for Dr. Buss to get on fucking Joe Rogan, even though Joe Rogan's symbol on his thing is a fucking monkey, and people have been telling him for years to have him on the show. He didn't even conceive of having an evolutionary psychologist on there until recently, until Jordan Peterson told him to do it. This is the most underrated player in the league, in my opinion. It's Pablo Bancaro.
I agree with you that there's definitely a lot of people that like write stuff off because they're just uncomfortable with where it goes. That absolutely happens. I think IQ and race and intelligence research is a really good example of that. However, it seems like neither person on either side is willing to acknowledge the faults in their own camp. And that are there people that run away from anything related to Evo Psych or psychology in general because they feel like it's poised against women? Sure, but is it incredibly attractive to a certain subset of men because it's like poised against women in some ways? Absolutely. I think there are a lot of people that are drawn to it just because they can establish some sort of hierarchy that they themselves haven't established in their real life, but they can at least find it in some scientific literature, and then they utilize that as a weapon basically, or a cudgel against women on fucking social media or whatever. So I think the issues happen on both sides. It's just this is why I said it's scary that when you have these all-encompassing narratives that explain so much, because people get really sucked into them in a really negative way.
So I think the important thing, Destiny, is to understand it's descriptive without normative. Like, so for instance, Dr. Buss's first book was on murder, and he goes over some outrageous number of murders of men killing other men over women, or committing murder over territory. All right, men killing men over territory. And when you go to that, what happens is people are like, I can't believe you wrote this book. This book is terrible. It's condoning jealousy and murder. And it's like, no. The oncologist does not condone cancer, but he studies cancer. And the historian may study Erwin Rommel, but he doesn't condone Erwin Rommel. Even though he's a great tank commander, he's a horrible fucking racist. You can still study the thing without knowing. And I'm making your point, Destiny. I totally agree with you. What happens is when you take a descriptive value and then you try to make it normative, then it's a problem. So for instance, the concept of like natural selection. Well, that's what we'll just say those people who ran the Germany in the 1930s and 40s, they believed, well, the Jews are lower down on the totem pole, therefore natural selection, we're just going to get rid of them. That's an example of using natural selection for a horrible reason. But that's what you're doing, is you're taking something that's descriptive and you're making it normative. And so I agree with you. We shouldn't do that.
And well, I would have less issues if it, you know, remained more descriptive. Like, I understand, so that's why I think it has some utility in terms of explaining some behavior, but I think it's just, again, just like one-dimensional, where that's why I brought up the exceptions. It's like, yeah, if you can explain to me those exceptions, like, you know, I'd be curious to know of, like, you know, how you would explain.
I'm curious, Corey. As a biologist, you are aware of like reciprocity, like chimpanzees cleaning each other, stuff like that.
Yeah, no,
right?
that's why I wanted you to. That's why I brought up like, well, show me the reciprocity with the adoption, where I agree with that. So that's where it's classically defined, typically, of like altruism is a reciprocity. I'll do something for you, and with the sort of implicit expectation that at some that we're down the road will pay off.
I'll take it even further. Evolutionary psychology does not have a clear explanation for homosexuality, but it doesn't like say, well, homosexuality is bad, and it doesn't disprove evolutionary psychology. What it says is there might be things in our combination of genetics that we just don't know. We just don't know why those things are. I've heard one incredible, it was Dr. Satoshi Kanazawa came up with two theories. One of them was the idea that there is a gene in men, or a gene that manifests in women that makes them hypersexual towards men, but that same gene manifests in women that makes them men that makes them hypersexual towards men. That's one theory that someone had. Doesn't mean it's true. There's another theory that has to do with testosterone in utero and then testosterone at in puberty. But again, these are just theories. But it's not one of these things where it's like, well, we can't explain homosexuality, therefore it's bad. No, it's just a thing we haven't figured out yet. Just like we don't know dark matter and dark energy. It doesn't negate astrophysics.
No, right. It's a perspective that they're using to take on that. Corey, I think earlier I heard you say that EvoPsych was like one-dimensional and that people try to use it to explain everything. I wasn't really aware that that was even happening until you said it. Is that like a problem that you perceive as going on with EvoPsych, that people universalize it?
It could just be maybe the spheres that I run in, but that's sort of, you know, it might just be a reflection of me. But like, yeah, I
no, Corey, you're making a great point. I think a lot of people have taken this shit and bastardized it. Absolutely. Anybody who uses evolutionary psychology to hate women, you're taking something descriptive and you're making it normative.
Yeah. Now we're talking about like injunctions that create truth, and then how the truth affects people. Like, those are entirely different territories. Whether or not it's affecting people in certain ways is entirely distinct from the truth-making process itself, which I think bears quite a lot of merit in and of itself.
I mean, I would argue against that. I think that while we can have separations of descriptiveness and prescriptiveness, the idea that description and prescription are entirely and completely in separate domains doesn't really make any sense when you consider that the things that we choose to aim ourselves at descriptively are usually done for prescriptive purposes, right? Nobody researches a random topic. Nobody investigates a random thing scientifically. I think that the description there is more instrumental in whatever prescriptive thing we're looking to further. So if somebody's, for instance, doing a descriptive investigation into a medicine that might help regulate your blood sugar, right? There's obviously normative value there. It's not like you're just saying like, oh, well, I'm just researching the facts of how to maintain a person's blood sugar. You're also looking for the normatively good quality of trying to help people live happier and healthy lives. So I think there is like, I mean, obviously there is a difference between description and prescription, but I'd be careful. Like, separating this out completely is a bit of a fool's error, and I'd say disingenuous at worst. Because, like, for instance, like if I were to publish a study that shows that like 99% of people that play the video game Call of Duty grow up to be like child rapist murderers, and then I just throw that out there to pretend that that is merely a description with no prescriptive or normative weight behind it whatsoever, is obviously foolish. Like, people are going to take that and run in very predictable directions with it.
So you're saying the things that people, thanks. You're saying the things that people say based on EvoPsych are intended to influence society in a particular way.
Or at least it feels like at least in the red pill circles or in the dating circles, like obviously a lot of it is heavily normatively loaded. Very little of it seems to just be like descriptive based. It seems like, especially in the modern red pill stuff, because it used to be for like pickup artist stuff and even red pill stuff, I would say like 2013, 2014, 2015, a lot of it felt a little bit more descriptive. Although there was like the incel band and the women hating band and whatever the fuck, whatever going into that. But it felt more like how do I use this to pick up women, or how do I, use this to date more chicks or bang more chicks or whatever. whatever.
Or to justify how I feel already.
Sure, yeah. Whereas today, especially when the red pill has started to encompass so many more ideas about globalism and Ukraine and Israel and vaccines and blah, 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 it feels like it's less of a description and more like part of this kind of like prescriptive worldview. That is a feeling.
And I just want to sort of like tack on sort of what you brought up earlier, what you talking about in terms of like the one-dimensional aspect, where at least again, this just might be from what I observe or this what I see on social media, but it's also, let's say, an interesting observation where it's like, you know, a certain demographic, you know, they'll be heavily invested in Evo Psych and the research, and you know, whatever cherry pick. Whatever comes from out of there. But then when it comes to overall research at large, the narrative tends to be like, at least in these circles, like you can't trust it. Research about vaccines, the overall scientific endeavor at large, but Evo Psych, like that's held up as like whatever the gold standard. Everything that comes out of there that confirms my bias, I got to go with that.
I see. Okay, I understand where you're coming from a lot better now. So you're saying there's like a large segment of society that's using it to push a narrative.
Well, at least from what, again, I'm not really in, I'm not involved in these spaces. For what I observe of the spaces, let's say incel spaces out as an observer, it's like, yeah,
I
you know,
totally agree with Corey.
They undermine, you know, vaccine research. They don't understand it, and they'll undermine every aspect of research that goes against them. But then, yeah, Evo Psych, they'll cherry pick the one piece of research that happens to again confirm what they believe.
I don't think Evo Psych undermines vaccine research, but I do understand that the people who want to undermine vaccine research might be on that same side. I can see that. One thing I wanted to bring up about the normative and descriptive thing that you were saying before. So last chapter of The Evolution of Desire by Dr. Buss, he goes into a description where he's like, why is that we do this? Why is that we study these ideas? So his first book was about murder. And one of the things we have to understand is, why do people commit murder? As a society, if we understand these things, there's fewer women around, fewer opportunity. We find that when men are older, they don't commit murder. When you put a bunch of like angry men, young men with a high testosterone in a room together, and there's no women and there's no economic opportunity, you might get more violence. Since we understand these things, what can we do to stop these things? So as far as like what's the purpose behind it, that's his purpose behind it. My purpose behind it, additionally, is like to understand, hey, why did this guy get picked over me? Why is it that my girlfriend like was looking at this dude instead of me? Why is it when I was in my 20s, it's like, why did I lose out to this dude? Like, what is it? Why is it that the guy who's like the really smart oncologist, why is it that his wife cheats on him with a fucking bartender that makes like 1/8 as much money?
Yeah.
What is going on here? I wanted to know the answers to that. So for me, that was the reason why I got into it.
Yeah, that's exactly the purpose of what I do too. Is I you know, again, haven't read as much Evo Psych as developmental psych, but the way that I use it is to figure out what is it that's going on in the deep subconscious that people don't know about. We don't know what's going on in our own subconscious. We don't know what's going on in the subconscious of other people. And if we can find anything that's going to describe, you know, more accurately what it is that you can show in your body and in your language and in your posture, whatever it is that shows up in the world, in perception, that's going to make people perceive you in a certain way, or that you're going to perceive in a certain way, that's a way of structuring our lives differently. That's what I find coming out of the field that's of such great use, is you can eliminate, you know, negative behaviors in yourself, negative perceptions in yourself, and respond to them coming from the world in the same way, using the insights that come from this field.
But I'm curious, math, like
yeah, I get it.
So your
it's hard to say it the first time, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'll work on it.
It's Dr. Homath. Soon it's going to be Dr. Homath.
That's all right.
but yeah, your background is in developmental psych, and almost certainly guaranteed you are way more well versed in psychological research than I am. But like, there's a wealth of psychological research outside of Evo Psych that is also like beneficial in terms of whatever the benefits of whatever optimism, etc., the benefits of whatever mindfulness meditation. Like, why have you, at least, so I don't know, this is my first encounter with you, why have you, it appears that you've you know, hinged your hat on Evo Psych specifically?
I'm sorry, what was the question? Why have I
Yeah, why have you essentially singled out this particular field? Because there are many fields that, again, you can extract benefits from in the psychological research.
I wouldn't say that I have. I don't think that me being pro Evo Psych here tonight necessarily means that, like, I'm just drawing a boundary around it and saying, don't touch it, it's perfect. It's just that what I have found in the field of Evo Psych has really helped me help people. Being able to explain to people, this behavior is why she reacted that way, or this is why you are no longer interested in this person. It's based on this physical thing. It's this observable physical thing that's happening, that's giving you an emotion that's based on your body deciding whether or not it's going to survive. That has been a really powerful tool for me to actually help people in personal coaching sessions and in making all my descriptions that people seem to be enjoying quite a bit. I'm popping off a lot. It's like whatever it is that people are getting from this, it's springing directly from that field. Like evolutionary psychology is informing what I do, and it's giving people immediate power over their lives.
As a clarification, this is sort of a joke, but is your channel name informed by EvoPsych, Home App? Is that
my channel name is the first video I made accidentally went viral, and someone said I didn't expect to wake up to Home App, so I just kept it. That's how Daft Punk got their name too.
Okay, but is that hearkening to any sort of like agenda, or is that just like a joke?
It's half a joke and it half means like the way that we pursue desire shapes our world.
Okay, interesting. But yeah, like, at least for me, upon first encountering that, whatever channel name, like that invokes something at least. And that might just be my bias, but that seems to harken to, a certain viewpoint.
A certain view, sure. I make it hard to like me, but then I overcome it. So.
Yeah.
But I think that speaks to the point of what you brought up earlier, Michael, in terms of people sort of weaponizing EvoPsych to hate on women. And to then see that channel name that's popping off.
Cool.
Interesting.
Corey, I'm curious. Have you read The Blank Slate by Steven Pinker?
No, I'm not really a huge fan of Steven Pinker.
Well, could you? Why? I'm not. Just curious.
Well, even though he went to the Harvard of Canada, and I'm Canadian, McGill.
Yeah.
In terms of him as a scientist, I'd say he sort of lacks some rigor. Personally, that's just that just might be my bias.
Sounds good. Okay. Yeah, but in the book, he does go over the concept of the blank slate. So the blank slate coming from like behavioral psychology, which is, but no real behavioral psychologist truly believes this anymore. But at the time, it was the concept of if I give a girl a Tonka truck, she will develop masculine qualities, and if I give a boy a Barbie doll, he will develop feminine qualities. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm familiar with just this psychological concept of blank slate or tabula rasa.
Do you believe in a blank slate as opposed to evolutionary psychology? Is what I'm asking.
I guess
more of a blank slate.
Yeah, technically, as in like if there was scientific evidence proving a tabula rasa, I would say that would be that would heavily undermine EvoPsych. Yes, but do I actually believe that we are true tabula? Probably not, but that's just my intuition.
So I got one more that I think is really interesting, and this is the concept of microbiome, or what's it called? What are they called?
Microchimerism?
No, that's funny. No, it's the idea of microbial food. Like, so for instance, there's another evolutionary psychology thing where they try to determine why is it that we have hotter, spicier food closer to the equator. So Thailand doesn't have a ton to do with Ecuador, but they have super spicy food. Why is that? And what they find out is that when you're closer to the equator, you have more microbes that can get into the food, and therefore the spice is an adaptation that humans created over maybe thousands of years. I don't know how long spicy food has been spicy, but they've been doing that in order to protect themselves. But when you look at Norway and Sweden, they eat blander food. They don't eat food that's as spicy. And we seem to find this like across the entire globe, and there doesn't seem to be very many exceptions to that. In fact, I don't know of any exceptions to it. So this is a situation, the reason why I bring this up, because this is a situation where our biology then shaped our culture. Does that make sense? So, so you say, well, how does culture affect us? Dr. Buss said this. I didn't say this, but Dr. Buss said all psychology is in evolutionary psychology. And so even though culture, so we say nature and nurture, how much of it is nature, so our biology, and then how much of it is nurture? Even the nurture part comes from evolutionary psychology. It comes from our nature. That's the reason why, we have, we build parks in cities because we like to look at beautiful things. We like to look at nature. That society, culture has created a thing, but that thing was created because of our evolution. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Hold on. That's just a real quick thing. I don't know how much he says it directly, but that works equally the same with the environmental thing as well, right?
That's what I was going to bring up.
Yeah, it's technically...
somebody had to start it, though.
No. Well, the start would be environmental. The start is always environmental. Genes cannot exist without an environment to express themselves in. You can literally turn on or off any gene through any amount of environmental things. You can be predisposed genetically to be the tallest, smartest person in the world, and some level of malnutrition will make you a stunted growth retard. So, not to say that there are no biological realities, but I'm saying we have to be very careful in trying to say that, one reality is more real than the other reality. The reality is the distinction between nature and nurture is blurred at best. It's very, very hard to disentangle these two things.
I agree.
Environment starts very early, literally in the womb. But
what I'm saying, so what you're saying is the environment then causes the selection pressure that create the engine of natural selection. Yeah, and that does come from the environment. Of course, if we grew up on Mars, inside of tubes or inside of like domes, we'd be probably taller because we'd experience less gravity. So yeah, for sure, the environment would change that as far as your biology, and it would probably also change, like maybe people with stronger hearts would live longer, something like that. I don't know. They would be able to pass on their genetics further. But I even though the environment then does create the selection pressure, what happens is over a certain period of time, and in our case, like 3 billion years of like, single cell organisms all the way up to Homo sapiens, what the result is, okay, these are the things that helped us survive, and these are the things we still like. 0.7 hip to waist ratio, facial symmetry, signs of youth, nice skin, those kind of things. Those are the things that we still appreciate in women, and we do so because the environment forced us, having those desires allowed us to spread our genes more.
And I think your example with whatever spice, I think I can extrapolate that. I think a good example in my mind is food, where I can sort of provide an evo-psych lens in terms of explaining our food preferences. We tend to prefer, savory, sweet, whatever foods. But then to like extrapolate that in terms of like there are people that go out of their way to like, eat healthy, as in like, there are certain preferences, as in if you ask me and poll me of like, do I prefer sweet and savory foods? Yeah, I do. But is that what I choose for every single meal? Absolutely not. And I think that's more of a rarity. And that's why, like, again, I think that's one-dimensional thinking, where I'm sure there's some sort of evolutionary, psychological component to, let's say, rising obesity rates. But say that explains all, or even explains, people, let's say, leading a healthy lifestyle and, valuing longevity. I think evo-psych has a hard time explaining that personally.
Well, so you would have different people on different, like let's say levels of thinking. Homath and I talk about this sometimes. When you get on social media, it's a great way to be relevant, but it also brings you down to the lowest level of thinking. So let's go back to your example before. There's a great book by Jared Diamond, The World Until Yesterday. I forgot what it's called. He's a professor of anthropology at UCLA. I might be getting that wrong. But in his book, he goes over what happens whenever you take Inuit Indians or when you take Aboriginals and you start introducing them to McDonald's, they become morbidly obese and then they become diabetic. And it's because throughout our history, we had a shortage of calories. But as soon as we are allowed to get to those calories, again, someone on minimum wage could eat enough French fries to kill themselves. That was not something that our ancestors, we'll say we have 70 years of that and 200,000 years of food scarcity, right? And so we're more adapted to the food scarcity environment, and so that's the reason why as soon as we had this food, we were able to gorge ourselves. But here's secondarily, the idea of me counting my macros, understanding the Atkins diet, the paleo diet, all that kind of stuff, that was technology that was not available to me in ancient Greece. And so maybe I didn't know. I understood if I eat fatty things, I would get fatter, but like I probably didn't understand those things. For instance, think of the prescription against pork for Jewish people. Why? What does that happen? Well, that probably comes from the idea that they didn't want people to catch trichinosis. It probably wasn't even a religious thing. It was probably a situation where it's like, we don't want these people to catch trichinosis. When they eat unclean pork, then they can end up catching some kind of disease. So we're going to prescribe you to not eat pork. You see what I'm saying? So like that's the point I'm trying to make is like, I'm sorry, evolution shapes our proclivities.
Yeah, so I would not dispute that. And that's where I think, that would be the limits of like, again, I have my preferences, and I think this is also maybe a fault in the evo-psych research large of like, evo-psych can tease out preferences, but when it comes to actual selection, where I think the example is often brought up of like whatever, preferring masculine faces, but not every single woman necessarily selects that for like a long-term partner or like who they marry. Just as like, I prefer like eating ice cream every single day, but I don't actually do that. As in I pretty much like never do that. And that's where I think there's a little bit more nuance to be had, like in the conversation, where I'd be curious to know.
Well, couldn't self-control be an evolutionary adaptation?
Yeah, but then why is not everyone able to exercise that amount?
This is a great question. This is just my I talked to Dr. Buss about this, and he kind of agrees. Is that because there's no selection pressure. Once Homo sapiens picked up the spear and became the apex predator on the planet, the selection pressure against humans started to decrease. And then once we got into modern medicine, just consider a great example is Stephen Hawking. Stephen Hawking had the ability to be one of the world's foremost physicists because of medical technology, able to allow him to talk and speak. And do you see what I'm saying? So those added things are part of the reason why we are the way we are. Does that make sense? Those added technological advancements. So these people, again, didn't understand 50,000 years ago, hey, I probably shouldn't eat this food, or I should eat this.
Yeah, they didn't. But there are people that obviously I don't know for sure, but there are people that, let's say, they cognitively understand. Oh, like, hey, I should not be eating this thing, or rather, this thing is like detrimental to my overall health, and yet I still actively engage like in this behavior. And I think whatever. I mean, this leads to like addiction at large, but which is complicated. But like, yeah, it's like.
Yeah, I believe Homo sapiens are maladapted to have 8 billion of us on one planet. That's actually where I think it happens. And what happens is because there's a lack of selection pressure, then you have people who have, juvenile diabetes who would have died 300 years ago, or people who would have died of dysentery. Think about the wealthiest man in the world, Henry VIII, died of gout, something that's curable today. When you consider that, what happens is because there's such a lack of selection pressure, of course you're going to get people who have no self-discipline whatsoever. And the further away we get away from the survival scenario, it's not that humans always do the right thing. Humans do the easiest thing. In fact, most of life you're going to find is going to take the path of least resistance. And I think now the path of least resistance has changed because of culture.
Well, so that's where maybe the discrepancy would like I would agree with it that we're sort of maybe more inclined to, let's say, the perceived easy thing. But then how would you explain, let's say, people who recreationally like run ultra marathons?
That's how they get what they want. The easiest.
Sorry, say that again. Didn't hear.
That's how they get they want the easiest. That people who push, like David Goggins, people who push themselves to the absolute, they want something in an extreme way. There's very few David Gogginses. But
I'm not even talking about David, because like I can even explain that of like there's some status associated with him continuing to be whatever who he is. But there are people, even like whatever, people in their 50s and 60s that like there's no, at least as far as I can tell, there's no status involved. It's like they just do it because they whatever. At least they report that they enjoy it. They're not looking
dopamine.
Yeah, they're not necessarily reporting everything that they actually get out of it. People sometimes report, "Oh, I do it because of this," and they are not conscious of the reasons that they actually enjoy it.
Right. I'd be curious how you would, because that is a huge energy expenditure. Like that is whatever. That's hundreds of thousands of calories, if not more.
Someone who's approaching elderly running marathons, what do they get out of it?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, go ahead.
I have a theory. So Daniel Lieberman wrote a book called The Story of the Human Body, and he goes over Homo sapiens developed as long-distance hunters. I'm sure you're familiar with this idea, Corey. The idea, so humans, because we have sweat glands and other mammals don't have sweat glands like we do, we can go long distances and expel heat in a way that other ones can't. We have hair on top of our head to block it from the sun, but we also have kneecaps so that we can walk upright, and we have adductor and abductor muscles so that we can walk upright. We also have ligaments in the back of our neck that allow us to run and keep our head steady, and we have a ball and socket joint in our shoulder that allow us to throw objects overhand. And so what the theory was, and there was one guy, he walked from the Bering Strait all the way down to, he walked from the Bering area in Alaska all the way down to Argentina to prove humans can walk outrageous distances. And so in doing so, maybe that's where the ultramarathon comes from. It's I hunted the gazelle for several days. Maybe this is something our ancestors did. They stabbed this gazelle, and because that's what we do. Most bovine, even though they can run faster than us, if you stab them, because they don't have sweat glands like we do, we can eventually track them down. That's how humans were able to kill their prey over time. So that would be a possible explanation for the ultramarathon.
Yeah, it could be something that's based in like an ancient sort of need to do something. But the way that I look at it is that anytime anybody repeats a behavior like that, anytime that somebody, especially when it's extreme, like 60-year-olds running marathons. I once had a 92-year-old teacher who ran marathons. It's crazy. And anytime somebody repeats a behavior like that, I always view it as like mathematically perfect. They're getting what they want to get, which is why they do it. Explaining what it is can be really, really difficult because this is like a phenomenological reality. You have to ask them, what is it that you get out of it? And then what they report might not necessarily be the real reason because it's what they're getting exists in the subconscious. It could be that this 92-year-old teacher of mine just thought that she was going to be sexy when she was done. And she might not know that that's why.
Well, yeah, so, like, I don't disagree. And the explanation that you gave, Michael, like, I can see that as plausible. That's where I think, like, but that's where sort of I wish it was more transparent because like that's a plausible explanation, but like then you need to provide the evidence of like, hey, I can actually demonstrate that.
Totally. So Corey, you're making
my issue lies.
You're making a great point. So for instance, it's still called the theory of gravity because we've never actually witnessed a graviton. I don't know if you guys know that. We've never witnessed we don't know. I know the flat earthers are just fucking masturbating right now. They're so excited that I said that. But it's still called the theory of gravity. But we know we measure over time, 9.81 meters per second squared is what is the distance at which things fall. At some point, we have to build the Burj Khalifa. At some point, we have to send a shuttle into space. And in doing so, even though it's a theory, we need some actionable, testable data to go out into the world and then build a building. But in this case, with evolutionary psychology, to meet a girl, to figure out, to not get cheated on, to try to develop ways of getting higher status. At some point, we have to, while this, from say 1970 to right now, this is 54 years of evolutionary psychology study is going on. At some point, I want to get laid. And so we got to take some of this information and run with it. Now, that's not the evolutionary psychology part. That's the normal guy trying to relate Evo Psych back to his own life, which is what Alex was asking about before.
Well,
guys, let's let Destiny get a word in. I feel like we have
please,
like 30 minutes.
Well, I'm not. What do you want me to say?
Anything. Hey, dude, what was it like?
Anything related to the topic
what does Alex Jones smell like, bro?
I guess the thing that I don't understand, I guess, if we're trying to like draw this or relate this back to gravity, I don't understand like the need for Evo Psych doesn't. I don't even know why would the average person would need any engagement or any informing from Evo psychology literally at all. You'd go by like polling data or discrete studies or whatever else. Because like if we wanted to make the gravity comparison, right? Like we do things right now. We shoot missiles at other countries. We send rocket ships into outer space. We've got particle accelerators on planet Earth. We do all of this without having truly any fundamental understanding of what gravity is or where it comes from. But we still do it. You don't need like a full understanding of quantum mechanics to send a bullet through a gun and to shoot somebody or to throw a ball correctly and to, So I guess I don't understand what the point is for like an average person. Yeah.
So the point is, you're right. The average person is never going to be exposed to evolutionary psychology. I totally agree with you with that. But like, even though we don't understand dark matter and dark energy, and there's still mysteries about quantum mechanics, and we haven't seen the graviton, we still continue to study. And that's why I think it's important. I think and the other thing is like, if somebody comes up with an idea, like for instance, you guys know there's two main things that I disagree with in the red pill space. Number one, I've always said men and women can be friends and should be friends. The best way to meet women is having other women introduce you. So I disagree with that idea, right? And then the other one was I actually, this is going to shock a lot of people, I think sexual assault is vastly underreported. I live here in Las Vegas. I see it happen all the time. I disagree with red pill people when it comes to these concepts. But like, you got to be open to other people's ideas and not be like stuck in one, I forgot what we were just talking about. Oh, the gravity situation. In this situation, it's one of these deals where it's like, even though I know I don't need full understanding, if I get so far off base, I need to know that I'm off base and someone is doing some kind of study showing, hey, is it likely that my wife, if she sleeps with another, is it likely if my girlfriend cheats on me, is it likely she's going to leave me? Like, that's the kind of thing that Dr. Buss studies in when men behave badly. And so that's the thing. That's why I think it's important.
But I feel like in that case, though, like if you were asking questions like that, evolutionary psychology would probably be the last place on Earth that you would actually look. You'd probably dip into any of the other relational psychology, like people that you would be reading like stuff from Dr. Gottman more than you would ever from like Professor Buss or whatever.
Literally, Mac and Murphy is an evolutionary psychologist, and all he does is study cheating. Like that's the main thing he studies and does. Like
sure, but has he? Do we have like a single good prediction that he's made, or a single good like formula that he can retrofit? Like what's an example of that?
So a couple of them. It has to do like with attractiveness.
Gaston, thanks for the 50 gifted memberships.
Attractiveness is like they're disproportionate. You find that there's more cheating when it comes to that. Also, you'll find when there's a large age gap. Like, by the way, this is something I'm open to. My girlfriend's more than 20 years younger than me. There's 178% higher rate of divorce between couples that are like where there's a difference of 20 years. So
but I mean, like, wait, did we really need like a whole scientific discipline to tell us that huge mismatches and certain characteristics will probably lead to people cheating?
Sometimes.
But how much? But how much of a mismatch? Like, is it one standard deviation, or is it like, for instance, there's a big difference. If you said 55% of divorces are initiated by women, that's pretty significant. If we say more divorces are initiated by women, that could be 51% or 80%. It turns out it's about 69 to 75%. Well, that's outside of one standard deviation, 68.27%.
Yeah, that's true. But even at that, like the actual understanding then of what's going on isn't assisted by the stats at all, right? So when we say, for instance, that like 80% of women, yeah, we can, but like
there's context to it.
The problem sometimes is that having stats can lead you to be less informed or more misinformed than having no stats. So for instance, you might be completely ambiguous for who divorces who more or why people get divorced or whatever, but then you hear a number like, oh, well, 80% of women initiate divorces, and you're like, oh, well, shit, well, maybe women are the ones that are ending the relationships. But let's say that you were to find out that in like 95% of relationships where women initiate divorce, there was like cheating. I know that's not the actual, but if you would find it out, well, it kind of flips the other number. Or if you find out that women initiate divorce because they're more likely to need access to social services and being married actually hurts hurts the woman more than it hurts the man, which is more true. Then it's like, okay, well, now you kind of reevaluate those numbers in a different light. I feel like having like these stats, also these stats aren't Evo Psych stats, right? Like women initiating divorce is some percentage thing. It has nothing to do with evolutionary psychology. So yeah, just it feels like finding these underlying explanations sometimes can be even more damaging. I would view it the exact same way from an economist point of view. That for economists, like you've got things like behavioral econ and stuff now where they try to study individual behaviors. If somebody were to come at me trying to say like, oh, well, I can predict the entirety of your company's trajectory using the labor theory of value or using some classical economist, formula, I'd be like, well, fuck you. I don't care about any of this like crazy, like this macro level econ theory. I just want to know like the actual particular metrics that affect my business. And if anything, getting obsessed with that very, very macro level theory could actually hurt your ability to operate your business.
I agree it could hurt, but like, go ahead.
Before you respond, I just want to build off of that, just to add one more thing in terms of the divorce stats of like, the women, the stat of like women initiate divorce. So just to sort of add more context and what seems to get left out in the discourse about that, at least in whatever red pill spaces, is like if you look into, let's say, the couples therapy research, the most common pattern is like the women wants to work on the relationship. They'll go to like a couples therapist, and they pretty much like the man is not willing to go, and it's like part of the challenge is like getting the man convinced to like go to couples therapy. Because very often they have concerns about, oh, the therapist is going to be against me, or for whatever reason, where the woman is typically willing to work on the relationship, the man is not, and then it's only after pretty much the woman gets fed up that they initiate divorce. Where pretty much, generally speaking, just across the board, men are not willing to either go to individual therapy or couples therapy.
The percentage of married couples that go to couples therapy at all, though, is a minority, and of that, I don't know that we could say that because like if my girlfriend wanted me to go to couples therapy, I would just go. It's like, yeah, it's whatever. I understand that some men would do it. I just don't know that it explains 69, 70%. Maybe.
Well,
probably.
So I would just use that as an example of like typically, usually it's like I use that as an example of like a clear example of the woman wants to work on the relationship. But there are instances of like outside of couples therapy, like the woman wants to take some sort of action to repair the relationship, and typically it's met with inaction on the man.
Corey, I think women divorce men more than the other way around because of the parental investment hypothesis. Women bear more burden. Women are the pickier gender. Therefore, we even see it with lesbian and gay couples. Lesbian couples get divorced at twice the rate that gay couples do. So even when they don't have men to blame, they get divorced more because they're pickier. But that's the reason why we have skyscrapers and a space program, because women were picky.
Well, but even on that, like this, I feel like this is an example of walking into bought in too much to a hypothesis trap. Pretty sure the reason why women get divorced more, I think, is largely explained by the fact that they need to acquire social services. That if a man and a woman break up and there is children involved, the woman has the children, she can't qualify for anything until she actually files for a divorce. The guy can stay married forever and just go fuck off to another state. It doesn't really affect him one way or another. But until the woman actually files the paper for the divorce, she can't qualify for any form of welfare. She can't qualify for any form of like single parent help, WIC, all of that is completely out the door. I think that was the large explainer. Although it's hard to get actual facts on this, because even that percentage of women that initiate divorces, I think it literally just comes from one number from like 40 years ago. I don't even know how well established that number is. But the parental investment hypothesis, again, how would that explain even if lesbians are divorcing at higher rates and there are no children involved?
Well, so the number one predictor of whether or not lesbians get divorced is when there are children involved. That's when the divorce gets initiated. So it's tough to say, but what I'm saying is, regardless, let's say a woman who doesn't have children, Destiny, she's still pickier than a man. A man, the average man, is going to have sex with whatever attractive woman he finds attractive will allow him. A woman is going to be more selective, even if she doesn't have children. So the parental investment hypothesis just states that of the two genders, one of them is more picky because in general that gender carries more of the parental load. Like when a girl's 16, she's not thinking, I'm not gonna, if I have sex, then I'm gonna have a baby and I'm gonna be stuck with this and there's more responsibility she's just having feelings. But women in general, because men have 17 times as much testosterone as women do, they're just not as interested in casual sex.
If I had that,
and they're more selective.
Yeah, if I was operating with that hypothesis, then wouldn't it usually be men that would initiate divorce higher? Isn't that what I would expect if that was the hypothesis I was operating under? Because wouldn't I expect if women are more
which part would cause the men?
Because the men just want to fuck anything, they would just divorce their wife ASAP and go find somebody else to fuck. But if the women are divorcing,
they can do that while married.
So can a woman.
Yeah, so Homath said it.
Yeah, they can do that while married.
But so can a woman. A woman can do it while married too, right?
Sure.
Well, Destiny, I think all the data we've seen that shows that when women cheat, though, they tend to fall in love with their affair partner and don't want to keep the previous affair partner more so than a man who can have a wife and a mistress. That men tend to be able to have, I got my baby mama and my side bitch kissing, like Future says. They seem to be more comfortable with that than women do. I'm not saying there's
sure,
certainly
that's fine,
women
but now it seems like
that
we've
want
switched to
multiple
a different hypothesis then to explain the behavior. Because before it was parental investment, and now it feels like it's something. Now it has to do with emotional investment in partner.
No. Let's go back. In the 37 culture study, men are more interested in casual sex than women, but it doesn't mean that men are more interested in leaving their wife than women because they want a variety of sexual partners. Let's try it like this. I am an individual phenotype living 50,000 years ago. I'm an individual man. It's beneficial for me to spread my seed by having one partner where I take care of these children and then have multiple other partners where I have quick liaisons. Maybe we raided another tribe and we killed all the military age males and we ended up having sex with the women. The possibility of my genetics getting passed on is actually increased because I've chosen one main partner and then several different other partners. So that's an adaptation that men might have had in the past in order to get by, which is why men probably have an easier time having sexual attraction for multiple women than women do with men. Don't get me wrong. Obviously, there's tons of women, you and I both know them, that have sexual attraction for multiple men at the same time. But I just don't think that's the norm. Or it's not as normal as it is for men.
Well, so to bring it back to I think what Destiny brought up earlier, because like it seems like correct me if I'm wrong, like well, it's like and also whatever whole math, like it seems like your guiding principle is like whatever to either attract a mate, assuming let's say attract a mate and keep a mate, or attract a partner, keep a partner.
Yeah.
But then if it's the keep a partner aspect, okay, well like why is there pretty much, at least as far as I can tell, no focus on what Destiny brought up of like John Gottman's research and like relationship quality, and like John Gottman can like predict divorce rates and how relationship dynamics play out and what might lead to divorce, as opposed to just like this heavily focused on Evo Psych. Why not like look at the prolific pretty much relationship marriage researcher as far as I can tell?
I don't know what you mean by that. Why is there no focus on that? Because I'm a big proponent of John Gottman. I don't know what you mean by are you saying that in Evo Psych circles they just kind of discard that?
Well, so I guess maybe I shouldn't say, because I'm only going by pretty much what, let's say, individuals that are proponents of Evo Psych, like Michael Sartain is, and I've never heard, but I don't know your content, but I've never heard John Gottman's research brought up in any sort of Evo Psych conversation that takes place in these types of spaces.
I wouldn't call myself based on Evo Psych or anything, but I brought John Gottman up at least in 2 videos. I studied him in college. I think he's like the par excellence,
Out of how many videos, if I may ask?
300-400.
This
So
guy's
less than
this guy's a
1%.
machine over here.
Yeah, I'm busy at work every day, but I think John Gottman is like the #1 example of because he's a really focused example of what I do. What I do is I focus on phenomenology. I focus on what it feels like to be in a particular situation, rather than, what we're talking about a lot today is the difference between objectivity and subjectivity. What can you measure, and what does it feel, and how do you trust somebody to tell you how they feel? I think that John Gottman's research it's the best research I've ever seen on trying to operationalize what it is that people feel. What is it that you're going through in a relationship, and how do you write that down in blocks and chunks that can be easily read, and if you do this, you're going to get divorced, right? That's the way that I perceive that kind of stuff. I don't see that as being in conflict with Evo Psych at all. I feel that they go together quite synergistically, and I'm not sure if you disagree with that or.
No, well, so from what I understand, and I'll even bring in other psychological research of I would say John Gottman at its sort of like foundation is like whatever grounded in like whatever attachment or attachment systems or attachment theory, and I don't ever see that really mentioned in any sort of Evo Psych. Either in the conversations about it or even in the research that I read about, but admittedly not a lot.
Yeah, so Corey, I don't listen to Richard Dawkins on astrophysics.